Hey guys, welcome to LCK Summer Split, beginning of round 2. I'm Achilles, with me is Papa Smithy, and we're coming straight into the action tonight. No hyphy intro to get you guys all jazzed up, just going to be our lovely voices, but we have one hell of a match for you. It's going to be a Freak of Freaks versus KT Rolster, currently on a 5-match win streak. Afrika, of course, coming off of taking down SK Telecom T1 with a 2-0 victory just a week ago. So both of these teams looking extremely strong and a great way to kick off the second round.
Yeah, and speaking of SK Telecom, with their loss to ESC Ever in the final series of the first round robin, KT actually come into this series, as you said, 5-match winning streak, but more importantly, they come into the second round robin in first place.
Yeah, and they're going to be trying to hold on to that. Right now, they are neck and neck with ROX Tigers. It's very close between those two, but this would give them an opportunity to inch out ahead if they could close out with a 2-0. Of course, a 2-1 still keep them up there, but we got good games in general coming up this week as well. I mean, taking a look at the start of round 2, just kind of kicks off with a bang. We have tonight's game, of course, SKT versus ROX Tigers, going to be happening later on the week. Longzhu versus Samsung, that rematch is going to be coming up. SKT versus KT
Telecom
on
Wars.
Saturday. You got to love the Telecom
boy.
Wars. So we're just going to kick off the first week with those games. So it's going to be a really awesome start. And I'm excited to see how the standings are going to be affected because these teams have gotten a little bit of a break. We ended the broadcast of round 1 last Wednesday. It is now Monday, so they've had that amount of time to prepare. There hasn't been a patch coming in. 6.13 is not there yet, so still on 6.12, but it's given a lot more time for these teams that have been struggling, Longzhu, CJ, even SK Telecom, to sit back, say, okay, what are we doing wrong? How do we correct these mistakes? And then to try to apply those new fixes and get some wins back in. So we're going to see if that's going to work out.
And you continue the storyline with SKT. You know, it's Korea, so it's always about SKT in one way or the other. Such has been their dominance, especially in the LCK timings. Really interesting week for them because this is an acid test. This team struggled against ESC Ever. They've lost 3 of their last 4 series. And now this week, ROX Tigers, KT Rolster. Both those teams you have to think are thinking this is the perfect time to play against SK Telecom. But conversely, if SKT come out of this week with 2 series wins, you'd have to say they're well and truly back.
Yeah. I definitely would think that. I mean, it's just been very uncharacteristic. The amount of falling that we've seen them do in the last couple matches. Definitely want to be looking for them to get back up on the horse and try to continue that streak of dominance. But this is still, even this, that it's the first round of summer, it's still a very big blemish on SK Telecom's record.
I mean, first round robins haven't been kind to SK Telecom.
That is
It was
true.
the same story in spring, so we don't try to read too closely on it. It's just, you know, with that steadying win, you thought, okay, they're back, but then they lost to ESC Ever, and ESC Ever were convincingly the better team on the day. And that's kind of been the surprising factor, is that a lot has fallen apart at the same time for SKT T1. Obviously, we'll get more into them come Thursday. They don't play this week until Thursday, but they're in a weird spot. Let's focus on KT. 5-match win streak. The first of those 5 matches, ironically, was against today's opponent in the Afrika Freaks, so that was about a month ago that match took place.
Yeah, it's been a couple weeks there at least, so 2-0 victory for KT Rolster, so definitely going to be looking to have a repeat performance. But really, the source of all of this, all these victories that they've been finding has been 6.11, the implementation of this new top lane carry meta, and Someday has just been going completely off with this. The Aurelius, coming back in, being a very prominent pick for him in the top lane. Trundle as well, still there, being very strong for him amongst other champions that we've seen. Shen even coming out. Taking a look at our MVP so far, though, Smeb still sitting on top with 800 points, Beyond just behind him with 600, and then Someday is going to be chomping at their heels. If he can get an MVP point today, he might actually pass Beyond.
Yeah, and in top lane, he is the top of the list. Of course, Someday, Duke, and Smeb are the top 3, as expected on the patch we're on. And Score continues the story for KT Rolster. It's not domination, but it's good numbers for KT.
Yeah, he's been looking really well as long as he gets ahead. Fly as well coming out on top in the mid lane, seeing much more aggressive play from him on champions like Victor and even the Aurelian Soul that's been brought out a couple times. So he finds himself up top. Bang has still had sole possession of this top KDA for AD carries since the start of the split, but Arrow is starting to creep up there.
Yep. Bang, of course, will be top of the pops when it comes to overall KDA at 7.7. He's been a pillar of consistency over 2 years. Ever since, again, a lot of those other top AD carries went to China specifically. We will be seeing first V7 in today's match, and KT have a lot to be optimistic about, and they do it in a KT fashion. Even though Irelia is now a standard top lane pick, KT always have these fresh, innovative picks. The only person, I guess next to Kuro, that's actually seriously playing Aurelion Sol in the mid lane is, of course, Fly, who defaults to that when Victor's not available.
Yeah.
But when we saw this last match, it was KT's first win of the 5. It was previous to 6-11, but it was the Fizz, of course. The Fizz top from Someday. He fizzed a Maokai, and he did it in style.
Well, we won't be seeing that anymore.
That's true.
6.12 has kind of put the nail in the coffin
Bye,
for
Fizz.
Fizz. So may he rest in peace for all eternity. You're going to take a look at the Afrika Freaks, however. First up on your screen, it's going to be Linderong. We're actually splitting up the duos. It's not going to be Ixu and Lyra. It's not going to be Linderong and Songwon. It's Linderong and Lyra coming out with Mickey, Songyun, and Snowflower to fill out the rest of the roster.
Yeah, and Linderong's last match was the first game against SK Telecom T1. It was also his first career win against that SKT squad. They had been keeping the duos separate. Lyra has been one of their most impressive performers, so I like him in the roster, and they're trying Linderong. It was Trundle that he performed in that series. I think Trundle might be one of those target bans. KT Rolster now not one of the 2 teams with only 6 players. They have added a substitute, but it's only a substitute support, and with Score being the staple and the captain of this team, I don't think we're going to be seeing too much of that sub support just
Yeah.
sub jungle just yet.
Yeah, probably not. Added in a new player. His name is Steel. So whether or not we're going to get to
He's
see
a jungler
him,
named Steel. That's pretty great.
it is.
We have an
it's-
AD carry named Bang and a jungle named Steel.
Yeah, so they live up to that one. Ruler as well, another good one.
True.
Coming in. So, but not sure if and when we're going to spot Steel. Could just be somebody to sit back on the
Look,
roster.
Score
just
is an
kinda
older
relax, but-
player. I mean, he's been around since the Invitational, the first ever OGN League of Legends event. So who's to know where he's at in terms of his career? But
True.
he's the lifeline of this team. He honestly
And he's been doing so well right now.
he has the highest first blood rate of any player in the league. He's very much the captain and the emotional core of this team. So I don't think he's going anywhere soon, but they're at least looking to the future with that sub-jungler in Steel.
Yeah, never a bad idea to go ahead and pick up somebody that's a rookie, bring them in, teach them the ropes,
Send them to China.
and then send them to China.
Easy
and
hand, scout.
make all of that money. Now,
Oh,
but definitely be looking to build him up, and who better to learn under right now than Score?
Now, Score's an interesting one because when he's on form, when KT are in full flight, he looks outstanding. I called him the best jungler in the league last season, but he also has his struggles, specifically against SK Telecom, where in general he's had some of his career poorest games against that opposition, a lot like Kuro in that respect, which is not a comparison point you're looking for. And in general, if he's held back in the early game, KT can struggle. They have interesting champion pools that sometimes hold against them. Not in the top lane at the moment, with the top lane firmly in the wheelhouse of Someday. But Score, he's always polarizing. And KT Rolster, even Monte Cristo, famous for being KT Monty, would say this. It's really hard to put faith in KT Rolster. They might be the top team in the league, but they could just, pull out the Draven comp at some point. They could just, in general, have a meta that comes through where some of their players with the smaller champion pools will struggle. If Victor nerfs come through, will Fly still have the same effect without just the Aurelion Sol to rely on? These are the questions we don't have the answer to, but KT have been a hot run of form, and they come in heavy favorites. But Afrika, 3 matches, okay, they lost to Rox Tigers convincingly, but beat SK Telecom, beat an MVP team that was on a run of their own. So they're in as good a form as they've been all season as well.
Yeah, just looking incredibly strong, and now we get to see Someday going up against Linderong. This is a little bit of an interesting swap out for the side of Afrika Freaks, not having Ixu be starting. We have seen some good performances from Linderong, not to discredit him, but you're going up against pretty much the best of the best in the top lane, so it's a really tall order to have to hold up against him. Let's see if they're able to do that, though. As we see, we are straight into the picks and bans. Afrika starting things off on the blue side. Going to be Elise taken off the board first.
The only multiple champion that Linderong has played was the Swain, that we've seen much less of on patch 6.12. Just to confirm once again, we're on 6.12 for this week as far as we know. Maybe 6.13 next week.
Quite possibly.
But no confirmation of that just yet. Nidalee ban will come in against Lyra.
Triple jungle ban so far as Rek'Sai off the board as well. And you have to think that this is going to put a lot of priority on either the Graves or the Gragas coming in. Maybe even the Kindred has still seen some level of play after the nerfs, but it's really been a lot about that Graves, and Lyra was somebody who was very comfortable in piloting that champion last split. Karma going to be the next one taken off the board.
There's a lot of big picks between these two teams still on the board. Aurelia is a champion that KT have shown they're happy to first pick. They'll first rotation. They will blind pick the Aurelia. Shen is another pick that is a blocker champion to the Aurelia. every Shen has beaten Aurelia outside of Someday, who went Q-Max and showed some innovative plays in a difficult matchup. Aurelion Sol is the final ban from Afreeca. We're going to see a lot of power picks available. You touched on the Rek'Sai score this season, 4-0. That's already pretty impressive. A 35 KDA on Rek'Sai. We remember his jungle carry days because, of course, he started his career as an AD carry, so Jungle Graves, Jungle Kindred, much in his wheelhouse. But he made his name specifically around Worlds last season. Rek'Sai, Gragas, control jungling. We haven't seen Gragas from him this season, but I'd love to see score. Bring back the Gragas.
Yeah. Well, final ban's going to be the Twisted Fate away from Mickey.
Seems like it's Shen time.
But Ryze is also available.
That's true.
So
we have still seen a lot of Ryze. Ryze, Shen. Now, if we see a Shen, of course, Someday could play the Fiora that he's been playing. It's not the simplest of matchups. It can snowball both ways, but I feel with Shen on the board and Linderung mostly making his name as a tank player, his only really impressive performance was on that Trundle.
Yeah.
It makes a lot of sense to go with the first pick Shen.
Well, something else that we've seen from Someday, it wasn't the greatest, but the Rumble is certainly something that could be brought out against the Shen, force him into that early Spectre's cowl.
The issue with that is that you have no interrupt for either the teleport or the stand united, so you really leave yourself vulnerable. We can, if you see Fiora, you reach an item threshold where you can actually have kill pressure on the Shen, even though you don't have an interrupt yourself. So heavily expecting this to be a Fiora, but they don't need to rush with the top lane pick.
Plenty of other champions that they could snatch up for themselves. We did see the hover over the Aurelia. Very likely that we might just see that one locked in.
There's a lot of power picks
But
available.
the Vladimir there for Fly. So you want to go ahead and take that one away, and Sivir for Arrow. Karma's off the board, so they want to go ahead and get that other AoE move speed champion, so they snatch that up.
Very interesting to see that they will take Vladimir over the Victor. That's been a staple of victory for KT. Fly is 7-0, 14 KDA on Victor this season.
Well, Mickey's had some strong performances on the Vladimir, so it's a bit of a takeaway at the same time.
The lane matchup's a really straightforward one for Vladimir, and as you say, Mickey's been playing a lot more of the Vlad, so you don't necessarily want to pick Victor and have to deal with a late game Vlad coming through. They also take the Sivir, which has the on the hunt movement speed to help the Vladimir get into those fights.
So many V names.
But the jungle pool so pinched, yeah, you predicted it. You're going to see a very early rotation Graves come through, and Ashe is the final pick. Now, this might actually be that time for the Gragas, because you see Ashe, an immobile AD carry, and the displacement from the explosive cast looks very appetizing.
I think it does. Not much else to really go for. Outside of the Kindred, it'd be very aggressive, but picking up that Kindred
Look at the
with
power available here.
Yeah, I mean, just having the Ryze come this far through, Someday on Ryze, that sounds really scary. Or maybe even the Vladimirs, they're hovering some other mid laners with that Kassadin.
I'd be a bit surprised to see the committal to the Ryze. Afreeca were in no rush to pick their mid lane because they didn't expect there to be the pick onto that champion. If we see a Kassadin, it could even be top lane Kassadin, which sounds insane, but of course, Shen is a pretty low-pressure lane. Even though his trades do more damage, they do magic damage. There is a world where we see the return of top-lane Kassadin. It was many moons ago where Kassadin somehow found his way to the top lane. We're like, oh god, another Kassadin meta.
It's happened a couple times, but look at that. I'm 2 for 2. Rumble coming through. So.
All right, I'm play-by-play in this series then, Achilleos.
All right, have at it.
So Someday is going to be going back to the Rumble. They won with Rumble in their series last week, but I wasn't convinced. He's not one of those legacy Rumble players. Maokai, of course, is very famous. He's the most played champion. Renekton also. But the Rumble, while it has a good laning matchup, can have the struggles. So I'm surprised to not see them opt into the Fiora, but and it definitely gives some itemization headaches because it's 4 damage dealers already locked in from KT and a split between magic and physical damage.
Well, now we're going to be looking for a really big tank for the support in that bot lane. Taric is available, something that Hachani has brought out, one of the few supports that has played that champion.
And it seems like...
But definitely needs something that can frontline.
And KT seemed like they were basically flashing over Mickey's champion. When Mickey won MVP on Kassadin, it was in the Vladimir matchup. In the interview with Dongjun and Cloud Templar, he mentioned, I feel confident in this matchup. Obviously, the harass can be extreme early, but it's a sustainable lane for both of them. Vladimir, obviously, with his pocket sustain, and Catalyst into Rod of Ages for the Kassadin. So he's going to return to the Kassadin pick.
All right.
Really interesting to see.
Bard following in for Snowflower. We've seen some really wonderful play on that champion from him at the start of the split, and then some less than stellar performances. So we'll roll the dice and see which we're going to get today.
Looking for a support from the last pick. Hachani's been favoring the melee supports. Braum has been his most picked, and Tarek has been the most notable of the picks.
All right,
He's hovering Blitzcrank for a bit of fun.
I mean, it's KT. I wouldn't be that surprised if this does get locked in, but for their sake, I hope that they opt into something else. Blitzcrank, of course, not very tanky, but Braum, he kind of fits that mold a little bit more so.
I think there's a lot of manners from KT. I believe this was also the matchup where we saw the Callista Blitzcrank come out from Afrika and they got smashed in the 2v2.
Oh, I forgot about the Ballista.
So the Ballista, I love these hovers. They hovered the Kassadin, and now they hover the Blitzcrank for the manners. They will just go for the much more standard Braum pick. So sadly, no Tarek as the last pick, but this is a really interesting high damage comp from KT, but no real front line. So Kassadin, if he gets rolling, certainly will be doing a lot of damage, and they don't have an interrupt for the Shen either, so let's see if KT play around the kill pressure in the top lane. I think they're going to have to try and force the 1v1 matchup and get Someday rolling. That's always been the story for KT, but it's not Fiora. It's not Irelia. It's a different type of top laner. You can have a lot of lane pressures Rumble, especially now with the minion cap removed and the ability to push the lane very aggressively with the Flame Spitter. But this is something a little bit different from KT.
Yeah. Big question mark around that Braum for Hachani and how tanky he's going to be able to be. Because, I mean, it makes sense. You know, it's the Unbreakable is very strong here. You have the Cosmic Binding, the Enchanted Crystal Arrow, the poke from Kassadin that can be blocked as well as collateral damage, and then the line from this Grave. So there's an immense amount of projectiles that you can block. But at the same time, if you get hit by all of those projectiles, you're probably going to die unless you get some very early tankiness coming in.
I think the story here for the KT squad is pushing. I think Rumble, Vladimir, and Sivir can all push in their lane opponents and apply pressure. And Lyra's on usually a passive farming jungler in Graves. He can go aggressive with Graves. We've seen it. Winged has been great at doing that. But this is a game that I think KT want to snowball early. They want standard lanes and to get the game over before Kassadin becomes a big threat in the late game.
Well, ticking time bomb there for KT Rolster to deal with. We'll see if they are able to do so and how this Kindred's going to perform on 6-12. Let's go ahead and get right into game one. All right, Mountain Drake going to be the first one kicking things off today. That's a good sign.
No clouds just yet.
No clouds.
Although plenty of clouds in Seoul.
It's been plenty cloudy. Monsoon season. Been raining all day now.
Yep, look at that weather forecast. Rain, rain, rain. Far as the eye can see.
My favorite.
Yes,
And, okay.
You like rainy season. Well, how do you feel about pauses, Achilles?
I just love, you know, I feel like I have this magnetism, this great
pause
connection
magnetism?
between me and pauses.
You realize that you're basically saying that when people see you, they get, they give pause. They're like, not sure about that guy.
They just don't know what to do. They
That's
sit
because they
there
not-
and they stare in awe.
Well, from my experience, that's because they're not sure if you're Doa or not.
I know I look nothing like
I agree
Doa.
with this. And these are Western fans usually.
I don't know why people say that I look like Doa. I think I look more like Monty, if anything, because at least we both have dark hair
Okay.
that combs over
Sure,
to the
sure.
side. That's about as close as it gets. Doa and I look nothing alike. He's got blonde hair. I have brown hair.
Uh-huh.
He's
A play-by-play caster. You're...
oh my god, it's all making sense now. I see it. No, I just I don't understand, but it's whatever.
My favorite story is when Doa told the story of being mistaken for Bjergsen.
What?
Seriously, Doa was mistaken for Bjergsen by
By-
a young Western fan.
Where?
I think it was at Worlds or something like that, yeah.
How? What? How did I?
We'll let Doa myth bust this story on Wednesday.
I don't understand.
I'll bring
that
it
one
up
at
on
all.
Wednesday. I'll be casting on Wednesday with Doa, so
I mean,
I'll
no
be able to bring
offense to
it up.
Doa, but I don't understand how someone.
I mean, they
can
both have
mistake-
blonde hair. They're both League of Legends related. See,
They both have glasses.
but like following your logic with how you're different from Doa, I feel like there's pretty much we're tracking here one for one.
They just one is like 21.
The other
if
one's
he's even 20. I don't even know how old Soren is now. I think he's 21.
he's
but-
2021. Sure.
Yeah, something like that. But then
Well, he was
and then
17 in
Doa's
season
not
3,
that.
so he must be 20 this year.
Okay. Well, maybe just given the date of the birthday, maybe he's
Sure.
21. So
Sure.
he's definitely in that realm. I want to say that he celebrated his 21st birthday recently,
Could be.
but I could be wrong about that one. But pause. Not really sure what's going on.
We've
But,
been here before, Achilles. In fact, you have been squarely here.
I have been. I've been in the thick of it. Looks like Song Yoon had a connection issue. I think he just reconnected to the game, so hopefully we'll get this underway very quickly. But yeah,
This time again, same room.
it is.
Same room for you, Achilles.
It's this room. It's my little prison.
I managed to dodge the Tuesday, the infamous Tuesday of a week ago. I cast
Tuesday,
1 week
Bloody
ago
Tuesday.
today, and then Tuesday was it was a long night.
To say the least, yeah.
We got drinks afterwards. We had fun. That was
It
like
was-
3 a.m.
It was very necessary after that whole debacle.
I mean, honestly, every scene's going to after 12. The NALCS hit, was it 1 a.m.?
I think they hit 1 a.m. Yeah,
Oh, there you go.
something in that realm. So pretty late.
League of Legends scheduling.
You know, it's bad when I can wake up in Korea and still watch the NALCS.
It was like
that's when there's a.
I mean, because you wake up late. It's
Yeah,
worth noting to the fans.
that's true. I do. Yeah, I wake up really late. I mean, today I woke up at like 2.
You're the literal esports morning, because esports morning, if you don't know, is very much 12 till 1 kind
Yeah.
of time, and you're
But-
late esports
Okay,
morning.
I had a good reason for being up that late.
All right, I'm listening.
Okay, I was watching Summer Games Done Quick.
Okay.
Which is, if you guys haven't been watching it, or if you don't know what Summer Games Done Quick is, I highly encourage you to go to twitch.tv/gamesdonequick on your second
though.
on your second monitor,
Okay, on your
or you
second
can
monitor.
multi-twitch it. That's
That's
the thing.
true. That's true.
So you can multi-twitch LCK1 and Games Done Quick, but it's an awesome charity stream, and it's a bunch of speedrunners, and they're running they're doing about 137 games this year, I think, in that realm. And it runs an entire week long. So they're on the first day, or they're just getting past the first. They'll be getting past the first 24 hours at 1:30 our time. So
Okay.
a little while after we get off the broadcast, and they've already raised over $100,000
Doing
for
well.
Doctors Without Borders. So it's a very awesome stream. And if you guys just like classic video games and you want to see them broken,
And it's
in
all cross
manner-
generation, right? It's old games, new
yeah,
games.
yeah, they have everything. They've things as recent as Dark Souls 3.
Sure.
They just ran Demon Souls, which is the start of that entire
Yep.
series. They just ran that last night.
So what are you waiting for? Because I saw you earlier in the taxi ride over. You were circling things in the timetable. What's the gold standard? What's the speed run you're really anticipating?
Well, the one that's always fun to watch is Super Metroid,
Sure.
because they always the biggest bidding war that they have between people donating is kill or save the animals. If you kill the animals, you save time and frames. If you save the animals, then your run's going to be a little bit longer. So it's all about, do you want to be optimized or do you want to be kind and save those little animals? So
Ah.
they bid back and forth when people donate for which they want to see, and they
To be
cut it
cruel,
off,
to
but-
be kind.
yeah. So that's actually the theme in a lot of those games, Demon Souls as well. But probably I think that there's a 4-man race on Pokemon Blue. that'll be
Pokemon
happening.
Blue. Why?
Yeah.
So we're specifying blue. Why blue? Why not red?
Because it'll
Why not green?
because it determines the pool of Pokemon that are available.
That's true.
So there are some impactful aspects to that.
So I don't know a lot about speedrunning. The only speedrunning professional that I ever followed was Siglemic when he was setting those world records on Super Mario Brothers.
Yeah.
Or Super Mario 64. And they would always use the Japanese version because the text scrolled faster.
Yes.
Is that the same in Pokemon as well?
So it really depends. So I want to say yes for Pokemon. I'm not terribly certain, but speedrunners are absolutely insane. Like,
Sure.
these people play the
Well,
game
frames,
through,
right? They're talking about
yeah,
frames
they're talking
of
about
advantage.
frame data. They're talking about playing this game through thousands of times before you even get close to being able to make a world record run. So one of my favorite ones is Cosmo, who is a very famous Legend of Zelda speedrunner.
Okay.
He holds a lot of records for or has in the past for Ocarina of Time, Link to the Past, a bunch of these other games, but Wind Waker. He does one,
Sure.
and it's about 4.5 hours long, maybe 3:40. I forget which.
So
which it
standard
is.
LCK broadcast.
Yeah, so it's about as long as an LCK broadcast without piggyback pause. And he does, I think they do Wind Waker for the Wii U in like Italian or Spanish because it
Wow.
goes slightly faster than the Japanese does. So they
That's
really
crazy.
time out all of this stuff. They're really down to the details.
And do you
on those
actually
runs.
partake? Have you ever partaken in speedrunning yourself or trying to be competitive? Because,
The only game that I've ever come close to being able to do was Resident Evil 4.
Okay.
Because they have a leaderboard on the Resident Evil 4 this isn't like a speedrunning because
Sure.
I don't do it with like glitches or anything like that. So
You're a purist, of course.
I'm a purist. No, because technically you can do a speed run with anything that isn't tool assisted. If there's a glitch that's built into the game code, then it's basically fair game. I just do like a straight through run. The closest that I've gotten for Resident Evil 4 was beating it in about 58 minutes. And the record on the leaderboard is 45. I think the speedrunners with doing the glitches and all that, because there's something you can do with the one shotgun, you equip it and unequip it really quickly, and then you run fast. They do it somewhere in like the 25 to 30 minute range.
Okay.
I'm pretty sure something.
And that's
along
not
those
tool
lines.
assisted still, right?
Yeah. That's all just in-game glitches, going out of bounds, skipping bosses, and that sort of thing. But
When I
me
saw
going straight through defeating every
Ocarina
single
of Time,
boss.
there was a lot of that sort of stuff happening.
Yeah, they have some really weird ones.
I think I see some gameplay, so
Okay.
theoretically we might be getting to game very soon. The pause is at 22 minutes, so not red yet.
Yeah.
In case you don't know, when it gets below 5 minutes, that timer goes red. You would, of course, know, Achilles.
I know very well, but here we go. Looks like everything is fixed. We're back into the game, and you can see very blue on the side of Afrika Freaks. Triple Thunderlord's going to be coming in. Lyra going to be rocking that one for Graves in the jungle, doing his best winged impression.
Some of the picks here are pretty surprising. Jhin has been a staple of the AD carry pool, not picked or banned in this game. We mentioned already the Victor's a big pick. That's also gone through the draft, but Vladimir is the priority, and Mickey, again, with the Pocket Kassadin. The only player who's really messing with the Kassadin this season has been Mickey.
I think the lack of the Jhin kind of makes sense a little bit in this context. KT, of course, didn't want to go for it because they wanted that Sivir to insert fly into the back line, and when you have that on the hunt available, it does make it really difficult to land your shots on the enemy team.
And while Afrika, you look at this lineup from KT, you're like, oh, actually, Jhin ult could go through a very weak front line. You also remember all the teams that tried to play Shen as their only initiation, how they struggled. So Ashe, again, benefits from there not being too much tankiness. A score. He does steal the red.
Going in deep, steals it, puts a good amount of damage down onto Lyra. It's going to send him back up to that top side. He's still going through, just trying to hammer down as much as he can.
That was actually really surprising for Lyra, because this is a level 2 gank from the Kindred. Whenever we expect ganks from Kindred's level 3, when you have access to your E ability to have that slow. So the kill pressure was lower, but he steals away the red buff. This should be a 3-buff start, although for now, with no lane swap, Graves on the top side of the map probably doesn't have the lane in quite the position just now to try and contest the enemy red, but certainly going to be in the back of his mind.
Of course, though, swap did come through, so we get that 1v1 down bot between the Shen and the Rumble. And you can see some days having a bit of an edge in that. Still a double door and shield between the two of them, so a good amount of sustain between both of those carries. But 17-7 now in CS as some days start shoving in Linderong underneath of that turret. So he's going to have a bit of a hard time last hitting those minions. And this is going to give him a little bit of a considerable lead on that Rumble.
He's going to really need to push in. I talked about the fact that KT would want lane pressure and then for Score to counter jungle. He didn't even wait for the lane pressure. He went for the early level 2 cheese gank as we saw and stole the enemy red. But you just worry about the late game if Afrika can get there even or ahead, because they have the double teleport advantage. In fact, they have double teleport and the Shen ultimate. You know, whenever there's plays around the map, if there's a play in the 2v2 lane, 5 members of the Afrika Freaks can show up instantly and affect those lanes. Mickey was really smart on those fast TP plays. It was on the LeBlanc against SKT, but he was making those plays around the map. But when it was Faker who was running Ghost Flash as well. So in general, KT have to be careful because they want pressure in their lanes, but it needs to be more about counter jungling than actually ganking the lanes, because that's when Afrika's comp will really come into advantage.
Yeah. Of course, big thing to be worried about is going to be Mickey on that Kassadin, and if he can get rolling, especially a first blood would let him really start going forward with that mid lane. You can see starting off with the Dark Seal, just looking to be very aggressive, get that increased sustain from the potions, and then maybe be able to snowball that into something like a Magi. I doubt that we'll see that.
It's been a Mickey staple, this Dark Seal first. He feels confident enough with 3 potions to get through the laning phase against Vladimir. And again, it worked really well for him in that series against SKT.
Oh, someday going to get jumped on here. Taunt comes through, he gets locked up, he flashes out, but he's taking too much damage. He's going to go down. Looks like they want to give this one over to Lyra. But actually, Linderong will pick it up in the end. He tries to drag them into the wave to get as much damage dealt as possible, but that will be first blood going over to the Afrika Freaks.
It's much more important to get that gold onto Linderung because, again, you're in that situation as the Shen where you need magic resist and you need to get tanky to the physical damage coming out from the Kindred and Sivir. So accelerate the Spectre's Cowl, you actually purchase it on the first back. This is definitely preferable. Lyra traditionally hasn't been following Winged and going for the heavy armor penetration build, the Duskblade, etc. He's going for more of the standard old school of Mormar Mortius frontliner Graves. So not as important to accelerate his gold. And again, get Shen.
It's just a little bit too late to really get himself to safety. So just going to be blowing that cooldown, of course, teleporting back to lane. So no summoner is going to be present for him.
Only level 5 for Cassidy, so is gankable in the mid.
Does have flash available, so they need to slow him or something, but they don't really have any hard CC here.
Score could definitely be going behind, be able to do that, but smartly, there was the question mark pings coming through, as you can see on your screen from Linderung. Very clear that bot lane was roaming, so no need to overextend from Mickey. Whenever you're playing this Cassidy, even is winning from a Cassidy's perspective, given his strength in the late game. So equal in CS with the Vladimir, it's feeling great.
It's a good spot to be in for sure. And even up here with this 2v2, Arrow has been suffering a little bit. We can see 49 to 57 Fly. Going to be roaming up near here.
So while KT...
Oh, well, you can see Lyra coming back down to this bottom side, was spotted by that ward. The other side of the wall. Someday throws out the equalizer to clear out the wave and keep them off the turret. Lyra will be able to push in, take away that Gromp. So still gaining some ground by taking a bit away from the jungle. Someday actually walks in. It's going to take a bunch of damage from that end of the line. Not going to have kill pressure as the collateral damage does come out just to hop Lyra over the wall, but still good amount of flexing coming out from that Graves.
Stats make really good reading for KT fans. This season, they're #1 in kills in the league, which is actually really surprising. I wasn't expecting that. Actually, 30 over #2, which is Rox Tigers, who had a massive lead in kills last season. Score doing a bit of counter jumping there.
Well, it's trying to. Takes that big burst from the Thunderlords. End of the line gets a hit in as well. It does have Lamb's Respite and Flash available.
No ultimate for Lyra.
Lyra's running low on mana as well, so won't be able to pursue any deeper for that kill, but still, Score just trying to match that aggression and getting punished for it, and that's going to send him back into these wolves. Lyra's just pushing in, working on that blue buff.
Not on the latest patch yet, so there still is the healing available from the Kindred W, so still able to continue his jungle path. Mickey might die.
Oh, nope.
Oh. No,
Not quite. Little bit of AP there from Fly. Would have had a kill, but still gets the flash down, but looks like Fly had to invest both of his summoners for that exchange, so Ghost flash down.
Interesting to track.
Maybe we'll get a replay and see how that transpired, but probably not because there was no kill.
One of the most interesting stats to me is that the most kills in the league is actually Arrow, of all people, on KT Rolster.
Huh.
At #1 in kills. He's had a decent season. He's been playing a lot of Sivir, and maybe it's the ricochets that have been really getting him
I mean,
the cherry on top, but it's surprising to have him 10 clear of Prey at #2. The other interesting fact is the third most kills in the league is Someday, which he's been dominant for sure, but a top laner having third most kills in the league is a pretty insane stat to me.
yeah, KT have been doing work, and it's really been a large part of it. It's been that Aurelia for Someday, where he picks that up, just goes to town on them. Trundle as well. It's been another really strong one, but the Rumble we've seen from him before, and it wasn't bad, but it wasn't the cleanest Rumble that we've ever seen. You know, it's not exactly what we would have expected, and him coming back to this pick in this game against Afrika, it's a little bit surprising.
And look, anecdotally, every team knows what to expect from KT. Set up Someday to carry. But the numbers actually bear out fruit in that. They're first in the league, but the interesting stats for KT is that they only get, there's Someday doing a lot of damage to Linderung.
That he is, but he's overheated trying to get those last auto attacks in. Linderung trying to turn this one around, but the wave is there. TP's going to be coming through. Someday has to try to finish this off. Flashes away. Looks like he might get out, but Mickey is hot on his heels. Has the ultimate available. But with that slight roam down from Fly, Mickey going to back off. Score in the area as well. Just going to be able to clear out a ward overall. No one going to go down, but that will be the TP burned out by Mickey yet again.
Important that he had that Spectre's Cowl from the first blood. He would have died to the damage from the Rumble if he didn't have it. Smart of Mickey to not go for his trademark aggression. The Flash Riftwalk was available, but he saw Kindred clearing a ward, and he also saw that their mid lane was roaming down. Didn't have vision of the Vladimir, so smart to pull away. The stat just wanted to complete. First turret for KT, despite being first in the league. They have the lowest first turret rate in the league of only 27% of the time do they get the first turret. So you're like, okay, are they taking the dragons? No, they're only middle of the pack in dragons. And you think, okay, well, if you're not taking the turret fast and you're not getting dragons, what do you get in the early game? And that's, of course, setting up Ssumday to have those frees, to have those CS advantages and the kills like you mentioned. And KT consistently set up around picks like the Fiora. That's why the Rumble's a bit different. Okay, it can have kill pressure in lane, but it's not the Fiora, so it's something different for KT.
Oh, the Score and Fly gonna find Lyra here over the wall. He'll take a good chunk of damage as they go forward. And wow, he just vanishes underneath the pressure. Fly gets the kill. First one here picked up for KT Rolster. Mickey has to get pushed back underneath that tower. They can't find a dive onto him. Would be very foolish to go for that Kassadin, but nicely played there by KT. A huge burst of damage to equalize the kill count.
You don't see a lot of Kindred, but you shouldn't forget just how much early damage that Kindred can do. Okay, it's been toned down in recent patches, but just watch this clip.
This is more than I ever anticipated.
Well, you see the damage coming onto Lyra. Remember, this is only damage specifically from the Kindred, and then Vlad ult into E fully charged. There's enough damage to take it down for first blood.
Well,
first kill, sorry, for KT.
The ult didn't even have to pop, really. It was just the transfusion.
I mean, 10%.
With the amplified, the amplified damage, and then another attack coming through from Score just made him disappear.
The base values on Vlad on 612 are still sky high, so even without an ability power purchase, was just the components of a Spirit Visage. And we saw that first blood come through.
Yeah.
Is nice gold over to Fly.
Mickey's still working on that Rod of Ages. Hasn't completed the Catalyst yet, but does have the Blasting Wand already. So he's got a little bit of power behind him, but obviously wants to start stacking up that item so he can get that increased HP and a bit of AP as well.
Just the Corrupting Potion, yep. Rod of Ages actually completed on this back, so 12 minutes is a really good timer for the Kassadin without any kill involvements to have that Rod of Ages.
He is falling a bit behind, though, in CS. Started off that slight roam down to the bottom side, or that TP roam down to the bottom side. You can see the Equalizer thrown out. Not really going to catch Linderong. He'll take a little bit of damage on the exit, but overall just going to be Score showing some face here, supporting Ssumday. Keep it up safe. Hachani going to be recalling in the brush. Finds Mickey. Will be able to get the stun, and then here comes Fly, but that's going to be the Stand United coming through. Mickey dashes forward with the Rift Walk. Here comes Linderong. Gets onto Hachani. Flashes out of the collateral damage. Now Ssumday's joining in, but there's no Equalizer available. Mickey's going to go in, finds the first kill, but they're taking so much damage from this Rumble. Mickey on the run back. Fly is able to take out Lyra. Mickey able to get out with the ultimate. Looks like that's going to be the disengage, but a good turnaround. Support for jungler for KT.
1 for 1, but more invested by Afreeca.
Yeah, Stand United out of the way.
On cooldown still at level 1. And with the fact that Mickey's gone back, it's going to be a very easy solo Mountain Drake to Score. Starts it up. Snowflower knows it's happening, but for now can't really do anything. Fly hasn't back, so with that Spirit Visage and the sustain on Vlad, doesn't need to go for the back. The first Drake of the game, and the first Drake of the second round robins, KT Rolster.
And it's a mountain. What a good way to kick it off. You can see, oh, Johnny just casually AFK.
And that just led to the initiation. Mickey could have just Rift Walked out. They decided to use it for initiation. The Ash Arrow onto Fly means that there's no damage coming into the divers at this point. If the arrow hadn't hit and there had been just a tides of blood and a transfusion, there probably would have been multiple fatalities on the side of Afreeca. So even though it didn't secure a kill, it was still very important. Mickey gets a couple of Dark Seal stacks as well.
Yep. But Fly gets his second kill. He's going to be coming back in with Merc Treads and a Ruby Crystal.
Doesn't want to take any damage from this castle.
And he'll be doing a very good job of that. Mickey, however, will get his first 2 stacks on the Dark Seal. So he was able to limp his way back out of that lane and keep himself safe.
Most interesting first item purchaser, mostly on the side of Arrow. He's actually gone BF Sword Pickaxe, heavily looking like a first buy Infinity Edge. Now he might just buy a Zeal in his potion slot and not go for that Infinity Edge, but with the extra 5 AD on an Infinity Edge, and Sivir as a champion where if the luck's in your favor, if you auto-attack crit into Ricochet crit, you can do a massive amount of burst damage. There is an outside chance of that first item Infinity Edge for Arrow.
Yep. Well, Song Yoon does have the BF Sword and the Zeal. Looks like he's going to go up to that Hurricane first, as there is another dagger in the inventory.
This is smart from KT. I talked about lane pressure. One of the other reasons why lane pressure is massive for KT in this game is wave clear is not great on the side of Afreeca. Honestly, the best wave clear at this point in the game is the Graves. So
yeah,
Graves wants to be farming, doesn't really want to be relieving pressure, but Lyra's pathing needs to be around. Basically, they need to have vision on Scorn to be able to shadow score, but you continue to follow the logic. If the enemy team has pressure, you're probably not going to have the wards down to actually have prediction on where Score is on the map, and thus, Turret now at 62 HP in there.
Oh, well, Fly's going in. Lyra dashes forward, takes a bit, bunch of damage, though. It's going to be the Chemo Plague thrown down. Fly goes into the second pool. Nice dodge onto the taunt there. Score throws out. Lambs for Spite now. Hachani joining the Sunday coming in with the teleport as well. That's going to be the equalizer coming down. Not really catching anybody yet. Linderong does have to limp through that one, but Lyra is going to be the first person to fall. Song Yoon arriving, firing out that flurry of arrows, trying to find a target to lock him up, but he has to flash away before those concussive blows come through. Now Mickey with a nice flash to get away from Winter's Bite should be able to exit safely, but in the end,
side of Afreeca, and it's Afreeca the ones that are making the unforced errors. They're going for aggressive moves that, sure, in a few minutes when more items are piled on, these can work, but they over pursue. The taunt flash is on a Vladimir who still has pool available. So we see the extended trades, 2 kills come through for KT Rolster. KT with the Sivir, of course, are going to be faster to rotate from the bottom lane than Afreeca are able to. And this is just playing into the hands of what KT want to be doing 17 minutes in the game.
Yep. Bit of a slow start with that first blood going over to Afreeca, but KT starting to turn things on. Turn up the heat. Now going to be up by just about 2,000 gold, and they find themselves that first tower. So maybe they heard your statistic and they said, okay, let's take some preventative measures and make sure we net ourselves that first one. So they were.
It's about the auto attack, of course. If the first hit of the ricochet crits, then all the bounces do as well.
Yep.
And there's just no time for Afreeca to itemize into armor yet. Shen will get a Sunfire before too long, but armor is not going to be high on the likes of Mickey, Sangyun, Snowflower, and Lyra until much later in the game.
Fly swapping down to the bottom side. It's going to be pushing in for that tower. It's already down below half, and you can see Mickey roaming up top, so it looks like they're just going to surrender that tier 1. So KT going to get a little bit more of a gold lead as that global comes through.
With Sivir and just their wave clear advantage, honestly, it behooves KT to just rotate around the map, take the easy outer turret objectives. Fly split pushing without teleport, as you can tell, which has become pretty common in the Kassadin for now, just pigeonholed into finding farm where he can, waiting for those items to come in.
Yeah, it's going to be the Fiendish Codex in the inventory, finishing out those Ionian boots as well. We'll see where he wants to go with the Fiendish. It could be something very safe like Azonia's Hourglass. If I had to guess, just wants to get away from the high amount of damage that KT does have.
No, Achillea. It's not about getting away. It's about initiating with the Zonians because they have a Shen. So it's honestly going to be a lot about riff walking aggressively with the Shen as a piggyback. That's pretty topical, piggyback and a piggyback broadcast. And then Zonia's just to reset the aggro. With the first item build from Ashe, with the Hurricane first, going to be Ashe sitting in the mid lane, Kassadin and Shen split pushing around the map. And now it's honestly about Afreeca. Okay, they made some mistakes. Now it's about giving away the minimum while they take advantage of having double teleport and specifically try to funnel as much farm onto Mickey as possible on KT. If they see the Vladimir in bot lane, Afreeca can be like, all right, well, we've got the teleport advantage. We can make plays around the map. We can trade farm. This is fine for Afreeca. It's just how many other objectives they have to give up to be able to continue to funnel farm on Mickey and Linderong.
Yeah. Well, they're trying to get him some down on that bottom side as he pushes in against Fly. Of course, Fly does have a good amount of wave clear. We can just sit there with the Tides of Blood, burst down those minions, but now Dragon's going to be starting up second of the game. The Ocean Drake.
Not going to look for this. They look for a steal from the collateral damage, but you don't commit any further. The moment that you have Kassadin and Shen split pushing, you're like, and you're against a Rumble, the famous champion that dominates Drake. So like, all right, this is basically Afreeca looking to the RNG gods and be like, please, no Ricochet crits and no Infernal Drakes, and then we'll be fine. Because they just don't want the big Drakes to come over, because this isn't a comp that really wants to be contesting Drake, or is, at this point in the game, even in a position to contest Drake against just the immediate power of KT Rolster.
Well, now that Ocean Drake's going to make That Vladimir especially even more of a nuisance.
Great. More sustain on Vladimir.
Can't even just chunk him out and send him back. Now just back off and be like, hey, look, I've recovered a bunch of my HP. Now I'm going to come back in and transfuse the hell out of your face.
Really will be interesting to see what Mickey does with the Fiendish Codex, because Abyssal Scepter is not a bad purchase against the Vladimir and Rumble either. I think it's going to be Zhonya's, again, because it's great for the initiation and the backup armor against both the Kindred and the Sivir, but outside chance that he'll feel pressured enough to build some magic resist, and this is what KT are doing. We talked about how Lyra kind of wants to be rotating around to wave clear. Scaldus wants to be rotating around to take advantage of the lack of wave clear, and there are those 3 easy outer turrets. So against double TP, having a 3 turret to 0 advantage lets you know KT are hitting their timings. Sheno.
Yeah, Mickey's going in. Somebody taking a bunch of damage, uses that Proto Belt. He's going to overheat, gets taken down by Mickey. And that's going to be Afreeca making a pick happen down on that bottom side. Nicely done, but look at this. KT rotating over. They do throw down that Oracle Ward, so that might not be enough. The Scrying Orb, rather. And looks like that will deter them from the Baron, but no more vision from Afreeca. They throw out the Bard ultimate to try to stop the attempt. KT is just going to come crashing down into that mid lane. Whether or not they're going to make anything happen here, I don't think so, but see where they want to go from here.
Those easy objectives are dead, Achilles. The 3 outer turrets are down. Those are much easier to break at this point than the inner turrets. And Afreeca, we talked about losing the minimum. So far, it has been a Mountain Drake that they were never in the running for, an Ocean Drake they were smart not to fight for, and the 3 outer turrets. So any further objective from here, and that's going to be a really big concede from Afreeca, but they'll take this given the comp they've drafted. You don't draft a Kassadin mid and be surprised that you lost the first 2 Drakes and you're out of time.
Yeah. Ah, and it was the Abyssal Scepter. I forgot that the Fiendish Codex built into that now. But it all makes sense, so goes for that. It's a little bit of extra MR on the board, as well as negating that of his opponents.
It is fun seeing Afreeca run comps like this. The second time they've run a pretty similar pick comp. When they won with it against SKT, there were comments on Twitter, I think it was from Deficio, might have been Crep. It was one of the EU analysts that were talking about the fact that it was, again, very low wave clear, and it was very much, if we snowball, we win. If we get to the late game and somehow the enemy team didn't beat us by then, we win. But very low wave clear, so a risky comp. They're running it again, so they're the only team that are running these very risky comps that, again, there's lots of things you can do to take them down, but if you're steadfast in the early game, if you give away the minimum, they're oh so deadly in the late game.
Well, we did get a glimpse of the Dragon Pit. Will be Cloud, our 3rd element rotations. Going to be joining us, so Mountain, Ocean, and Cloud. No fire here.
Again, Afreeca prayed to the cloud gods, and they were rewarded.
I just want to see some Infernal Drakes. It's the 4th of July, man. I need my fireworks. Mickey going to be going back in for a repeat gang. Someday uses the Proto Belt yet again, flashes away. The Taunt's not going to land. Rome coming down from the score. This might be enough. Can they get the Lambs Respite down? They do so. And this gives the opportunity for KT to try to turn this one around. Lyra has joined, and never mind. It's going to be a double kill going over to Mickey.
Oh, boy.
Score and Someday both going down. They're going to lose the turret as well, and that is a very good way of closing that gold deficit that is built up between these 2 teams.
The double-edged sword of that Kindred ultimate. It was at the correct time to save score. The punishment is severe. There's going to be a Bard ult. Shen's coming in as well.
Hachani gets caught straight into the Crystalline Arrow. On the hunt gets used by Hachani. Nowhere really to go. Mickey cutting off on the backside as well as Linderong. And that's going to be Hachani going down, adding to that death toll that he's got going on. And now Afreeca clearing out some vision. Might be setting their eyes on this Baron. They do go ahead and start this one up.
And they have a super tank in Shen to tank it forever, and Mickey is so good at being able to stick around the back and try and zone. Fly, though, it's not going to be low.
Somebody's going to be using the teleport. He's going to try to come in for this one. Equalizer is not quite available. Fly goes in, finds Songin, gets a bunch of damage down with a Hemoplague. Is enough to finish him off? It is, but the Baron gets confirmed by Afreeca Freak. Someday is going to go down as he gets silenced out. They get a good amount of damage in onto the Kassadin, but they just cannot finalize the kill. Lyra looks like he might pay for this one with his life, and he does. Arrow picking that one up, but it's a 2-for-1, and Afreeca end up getting the Baron, so still a strong pickup for them, and that's going to equalize the gold.
Nothing equal about this game, Achilles. Mickey now has massive amount of stacks, 10 stacks. Going to be a Magi soon, and this looked too brute force, honestly, when they go for the wraparound gank. It was very nice by Someday to sidestep, but because he's not on a carry and because he doesn't have lane control, when Score gets there, you're like, okay, this could be the turnaround, but Lyra's pathing was on point. Mickey gets kill credit and doesn't die on both those kills. Still doesn't find gold to find the Medjais, but Zhonya's soon, and the investment from Mickey early game and the investment from Afreeca Freecs into making the Kassadin pick work is really paying dividends.
Yeah. 5-0-0 so far here for Mickey. Participating in the majority of those 7 kills. So looking pretty good right now. And you have to wonder, KT, how are they going to deal with this Kassadin moving forward into game 2 should they lose here?
Well, Kassadin can just walk up to the Rumble, and we know exactly what's going to happen. Shen ult, goodbye Rumble.
Yeah.
Rumble doesn't have the ability to get away from that. The only other option for KT is to park the Vladimir there that, okay, Kassadin has no kill pressure on, but if they have teleport up on Mickey, that leads to many global headaches for KT Rolster. So that early phase over, suddenly, there's no free objectives for KT. Suddenly, they're very pigeonholed on avoiding the Rumble versus Kassadin lane matchup. Afreeca seems to have all the options covered.
Yeah, they go ahead and they pick up their first Drake of the game. Ocean will follow that Cloud, but Afreeca just making all the right moves now, getting that split push going on the bottom side. Mickey utilizing that Baron buff to try to get as much done as he possibly can. And KT just going to be holding on to their last tier 1 turrets that they have in that top and mid side. Of course, with Arrow there, a good amount of wave clear. But even those Baroned up minions will give the Sivir a little bit of a headache.
This Kassadin is just ungodly strong. 3 items already, including that Zhonya's that was just completed. 10 stacks onto, might even be, it must be 10 stacks onto the Dark Seal. With the Baron buff, Lindaron going to split push just fine. And Arrow's been forced to itemize into a very early Hex Drinker just to have any hope in hell of being able to team fight against the Kassadin. We famously say Sivir fights with her tanks. Well, she's fighting in the middle of the fight. She's going to take all the AoE from Kassadin.
It's beginning to look a lot like Season 4 and 3.
Beginning to look pretty dire for KT Rolster, who we have to remember, as of today, are the first place team in LCK. But if we've learned anything from the first round, Robin, rankings don't really seem to make that much of a difference when you're trying to work out the winner of a best of 3. It's not like NA where everything makes sense. The top team, the second team only loses the top team, etc., etc. In Korea, everyone beats everyone.
Yeah. There's been a little bit of a shuffling around going on in North America now. TSM still going to be sitting high and mighty at first place, but at least Team Liquid starting to come back into form. C9 have been having a little bit of struggles. Envy as well.
Sure, but we again cast a region where it's complete bedlam.
Oh, I know. I'm not saying they're very similar. I'm saying that it's starting to have a little bit of a shake-up in North America. But, yeah, LCK right now is definitely the spot where anybody can beat anybody unless you're CJ.
And it's one of those questions where someone says, who's the best team in LCK? There's not really a conclusive answer.
I still think it's Rox Tigers.
Yeah, they're the only team without the biggest... Honestly, they have the smallest question marks about it. It's kind of a weird thing to say in the region that's dominated international play, but... Rox Tigers have the best unbalanced lineup, even though they've been experimenting with Cry in the mid. They had a very poor start to the season. KT, this is definitely the KT you can see day on day. SKT, will they be there by playoffs? Almost certainly, but certainly not there right now.
Yeah.
Bet in the Rox Tigers to win the regular season at least. Anything more? Sorry, Rox Tigers.
Well, you never know. A lot of people didn't bet on them for anything much during Worlds last year.
I believe in them, Achilles.
A lot of them regret not doing so.
That was one of those things where if you judged them based on their regular season, you were completely justified to downplay the Coup Tigers at the time, but
yeah.
Teleport. Oh, here we go. All the teleports.
Coming through. Someday getting slowed up. He gets taunted out, uses the Proto Belt to try to create a little bit of distance, but it's just not going to do anything.
Oh,
We've
KS.
seen that 3 times now. He goes down. Lindarong does come up with the KS and does himself his second kill of the game, participating now in 7 out of 8. So having a very good match so far on this Shen.
See, KS is not usually relevant, but remember the Dark Seal is on the Kassadin, so that was unnecessary.
You want to get him as many of those stacks as you possibly can. I still want to see the Medjai's, Mickey. Make it happen.
I mean, he will get it eventually. If he doesn't die, And now, only 4 members, KT.
He's not going to die. He's a Zhonya's Hourglass.
I mean, it's unlikely with Shen Ultimate and Zhonya's Hourglass. The Shen's also at level 16, so
Yeah.
800 plus extra health from that shield.
Hooray!
Shen Kassadin. We've come full circle, boys.
Could have been a Shenzillion
That's true.
if it was KT using the Shen on their side.
But then you need a carry, so I guess Twitch would have to be the carry in that story. Can't
Go
pick
back to
Cass-
Draven.
Never back to Draven, please. KT were the ones showing the manners. They flashed over the castle. They flashed over the Blitzcrank, and
All they did was put a good idea in the head of Afrika Freaks.
yes, Kassadin.
Oh, thank you. I didn't think of that. That's actually a fine suggestion. Thank you so much someday.
I really hope if Mickey wins MVP, he says that in the interview. He's like, yeah, I wasn't even thinking about Kassadin. And I was like, oh yeah, Kassadin, sure.
Well, we won't know.
That's true. We'll read about it later.
We'll have to read about the interview, yeah,
Thanks, Reddit.
for the transcriptions.
Well, there's a Void Staff, so things are now officially just unbelievably scary from the side of Kassadin.
Yep. And Score has a Phage.
Yes. I mean, Black Cleaver is an outside chance.
Triforce.
Triforce is an outside chance.
I mean, you dance of arrows. I mean, you're dashing around a lot, so you would proc the Sheen part of that Triforce quite often.
I
But
think it's a pretty awful buy in this particular game, which sounds like a strong thing to say, but it's an Abyssal Scepter Void Staff Kassadin, so if you don't have more Mount Morty, it's just going to have to proc that ult early if you're...
yeah.
This is definitely the game as the Kindred, where if you don't ult instantly, you just don't get to ult because you're dead.
And Maw is such a good item with Kindred and has been for so long, even after the nerfs. I just, it's a really interesting build path. He's like, I've got a QSS. That's enough MR.
It would be in a different game, but not in this game.
It's K.
It's KT, actually.
It's KT. Well, they've now fallen behind by 1,500.
But it's been really amusing tracking Afrika this season because they ran similar snowball comps, but they were the Twisted Fate hijinks in previous seasons, and they were really good at it. This season, Mickey's 0-3 on Twisted Fate, his most played champion, but
It still gets
no
bans.
victories. And they come up with the same global shenanigans in this game, and they make it work. It's the Kassadin, it's not the Twisted Fate. It's a bit different.
Oh, okay. Well, look at this one. This could be a big opening here for KT. Lyra
He
is
can't get
off.
there.
Yeah, that's going to be the Scrying Orb coming down, so they know that this is happening. Will delay with the Bard ultimate, but the Baron's still down below 800. That's going to be confirmed actually from Arrow. Equalizer comes down. Linderong sitting in that one. Snowflower trying to retreat out. Songyun gets popped. Stand United comes through and will save his life for the time being. They snap back, and Songyun's still going to go down. That's going to be a double kill now coming in for Arrow as he takes down Snowflower and Mickey, and all of a sudden, KT pulling the trigger on an optimal trade, and they will go back into a gold lead, and now have Baron to push down these remaining structures on the side of Afrika. Wow.
This is a really
Okay.
big mistake from Afrika. The moment Graves had really committed on finishing the trade, they had no way to get there, and even though they have a massive Kassadin, they're funneling into Hemo Plague and a level 3 Equalizer. They take a massive amount of AoE, they have to run away, Mickey dies, nothing he can do, and while Graves gets there late, KT get Baron, and they get so much gold and experience taking down the over-leveled members of Afrika. And look at this, they're even going to get more. That's an inhibitor down, and Sunday trying to take an inner turret
Wow.
as well.
So they got 3 towers and an inhibitor off the backside of that Baron, and will now find themselves a pretty massive gold lead. My God, KT coming up with the turnaround as only KT can.
I mean, honestly, a lot of it was about Afrika's lapse in vision around the Baron. They
Yeah.
had to check for it very late with the Bard ultimate, and then they just made a bad decision.
There was also no vision controller clear coming out on the Dragon, so as soon as Lyra started, KT knew that he was committed to that objective because he didn't sweep out that pit. They just knew exactly what he was doing. They pulled the trigger on the Baron. They come out wildly on top. Score, though, a little bit worrisome. Definitely needs to work on confirming those smites, as I believe Arrow has confirmed both Dragon and Baron now for them. But overall, KT just making the right play.
And just crazily, a window back, largely granted by the lapses, as we said, in vision by Afrika Freaks. So even though they have this massive Kassadin, You just stay as a 5-man group from KT and you look for the dives, you look to pressure, you still have a level 18 vitamin, you still have arrow for 4 items on this Sivir. There is still a world where KT win this game, even though just a moment ago it was looking very unlikely.
Yep. Afrika definitely need to make the play of the century if they want to come back from this one. Tier 2 goes down in bot. KT are just going to be sticking around. They have that wave of super creeps pushing into the mid side, so just need to poke out as best as they can, keep clearing these waves and allow for that super creep pressure to draw the rest of Afrika away. Somebody's going to have to peel off to deal with it. More than likely will be Linderong. Stand United will be available for him. Mickey goes forward, gets a little bit of damage in on the score. Trying to poke where he can, but you can see just the wolf there from the Kindred just chomping away at him.
The Baron changes so many things for Afrika. Their weak wave clear is on full display. They have to look for a hard engage potentially against a team with Baron buff. And it was the extra objectives after the Baron that really put it over the top for KT. The fact that they could break the inhibitor without even having to shop. They were healthy enough and enough members were down. They could just brute force down an inhibitor means that this Baron power play has just been insane.
Yeah. Now, in the end, 4 towers for themselves off the back of that take, plus that inhib, so definitely looking insanely strong. You can see both of these AD carries going to be rocking the Bloodthirsters for that maximum amount of sustain that they can possibly get. Now the Null Magic Mantle is there for Arrow. Could be seeing a QSS, a double lifesteal item, potentially with a Mercurial Scimitar.
It's very much a battle build. He's got the reduced damage on the Phantom Dancer, more Mount Mortius, more of a utility than a damage item, the Bloodthirst to overshield and healing. So this is a battle silver build. He understands that the only person with gold on the side of Afrika is Mickey, who has all the kills, who had all the snowball in the early game. This was a game that Afrika should have been able to grind out, but their vision lapse and their poor decisions around Baron now mean the game's very much there to be won for KT.
Yeah. This was one of my solo queue games. This Kassadin would have ended about 20 minutes ago.
Yeah, Kassadin solo queue. Feast of Famine in competitive play, but definitely Feast of Famine in solo queue too.
Yeah.
It shouldn't have been. This is one of those games where, as an analyst, Afrika had everything going for them. They drafted in a situation that made it very tough, and then they made the draft work like they did against SK Telecom, and then that one colossal mistake around Baron undoes all their good work.
Yeah, we need this Ocean Drake real bad. KT just going to be posturing back up into that bottom side, already hammering down the turret. A couple more shots, and it will fall. Arrow's able to finish it off. Uses on the hunt. Can they find a pick, though? Mickey rejoining with those home guards. Looks like they won't find the opening onto the inhib that they're looking for, but they can just go ahead and peel back.
Initiation from the Ashe. The true initiate on this team is tricky.
Switching up, they find that big board. Mickey gonna get engaged on, finds that winner's bite. Equalizer's thrown down, but it's not found any targets, not even a minion, so KT just gonna go ahead and peel back off of that one.
Well, he's very tanky. Arrow doesn't have QSS with the build currently. Might be going back to build it from this Null Magic Mantle. Rumble is the only clear Arrow target, as he has no QSS. That's why Score picked it up. Allows him to frontline as this Kindred, and also can just press the QSS and instant ult.
Oh, it's a Guardian Angel for Arrow.
Interesting. So
okay, so now
battle build confirmed. Very much going to be a frontline build, but he has Spell Shield, so should be able to negate that Ashe Arrow.
I mean, this could be the same buy coming in for Someday, who has a Negatron Cloak in the inventory, so we might be seeing a GA for the Rumble.
If you get tanky enough, there's really a world where Mickey without blue buff runs out of mana trying to actually get kills. Hilarious that sounds.
Well, he's working towards that Lich Bane, so he can really hammer in the damage, but he just doesn't have any really prime targets Someday, especially if he gets that GA. It's going to make it really difficult for him to try to find anything. Look at Thera, though, taking a ton of damage from the fly. Mickey comes in from the backside, tries to get on the score. The arrow comes through, does find Johnny, but the Bard ultimate is going to cancel that one out. Mickey gets locked down, has to flash out, using that Rip Walk as well to create some distance, and Johnny goes forward. Goes out the Glacial Fissure. They will slow up and take down Linderong, popping that GA. He doesn't have much of anywhere to go, so dashes forward, gets a couple taunts, but he's going to fall in the end. Snowflower, a little too far forward, has to back off. This is going to be 2 inhibitors going down in favor of KT Rolster. We're looking really good. Equalizer comes down. Somebody dashes forward, trying to get that Flame Spitter damage in, but he's taking it really low. And Johnny with a really good block on the Cosmic Binding will stop the stun from coming through. And KT will be able to just force their way into the base, find a kill, and 2 inhibitors.
That's really smart team fighting from KT. They've always been excellent at this. And this Braum was super informed. The moment the Rift Walk came in from the Kassadin, instantly exhausted, blocked a lot of the damage himself, so negated the impact of the Kassadin, and then Vlad just able to run at the backline, ult, pull, occupy so much space because everyone has to kite away from him. The only true frontliner for Afreeca is that Shen just dies in the front line. No other way to profit from that for Afreeca, and another objective added for KT.
Yep, and that's going to be the Guardian Angel finished out here for Someday. Lichbane for Mickey. These big items coming in, but for Mickey, it's just a little bit too late now. That big window of being able to run over every member of KT is subsiding pretty heavily.
The double teleport, you know, right now there's no TP on Mickey, but he can't split push anyway. They have the initiation with just the Sivir ulti into piling on from KT Rolster. They'll use the Equalizer just as initiation until such is the damage. Consistent damage from the other members, so Afreeca can't afford to split up. The teleport timer is enough for someone to be picked on the side of Afreeca. So they have to save for 5. The double teleport counts for very little. And KT setting up around a second Baron, and this one might confirm the game.
Well, Mira down by that red side. Mickey goes in deep onto the pit. Baron's already going to go down, though. Confirmed by Score. Stand United comes through later on. Kenny Panatton gets it on the Someday and Arrow. He's taking a good amount of damage, but of course that Guardian Angel is still going to be available. Fly now up into the front line. Trying to regen as much as he can, but he gets taken down by Lyra, who fires back with a kill. But KT are just starting to roll over Afreeca, already finding 2 that go through the magical journey. They find Songyu, they take him down. That's going to be Snowflower going down as well. The ace coming through from KT Rolster. They're going to go shove straight down this mid lane and finish out this first game at 42.5 minutes.
And while KT was so fortunate to find themselves with that second Baron, they were so smart the moment they secured it. Forcing the 5v5 fights and 8,000 gold. And you know what they spent that 8,000 gold on? Magic Resist. Mickey did no damage diving into 5 members despite being a 6-item Kassadin as early as 35 minutes. And KT thought their way through a game. Sure, they were fortunate to get a lifeline, but they took that lifeline, they flourished, and they deserve to be winners of Game 1.
Wow. Really just well played by KT Rolster. The excellent call to go for the Baron, while Lyra was distracted by an Ocean Drake, and Afreeca, despite doing really well, playing this comp so well. Look at the damage that Mickey did to champions.
We can't, the OGN logo's in the way.
Well, the OGN logo's in the way, but it's really big. It's a number so large that we're not allowed to look at it. It's about 27,000 damage, but they played this so well starting off, and then that one call by Lyra saying, like, no, it's okay, guys, I'm just going to get the dragon. They lose it all.
But this is an important development for KT, because there's only one word that comes to mind with what they did the moment they got the lifeline, the moment they found that Baron, is they were clutch. They finished out the game super well, and KT haven't been known to be a clutch team. In fact, they're kind of the opposite, wilting when the pressure goes on. So pressure was on from Afreeca. They had double teleport. They have a Kassadin that's turret diving the Rumble every time he enters lane. You're like, this game, it's going to be over if Afreeca play it smartly. They make one massive mistake, a small one but a massive one, letting the vision lapse, and from there, credit KT. Clutch when they needed to be, deserved winners in Game 1, and Afreeca's going to be a frustrated squad during this break.
Yeah, that's got to be one hell of a way to get tilted right there. So we'll see if they're able to bounce back, and what's going to happen to this draft. Do they want to try to make this, a similar composition work for them? Because it was going really well, and I think that they could find success with that if they just tighten up the shot calling in the game, because that's really what led to them losing this match.
They could go for another pick comp. I don't think it's going to be the Kassadin and Vladimir mid lane matchup. I think Vladimir's probably going to be on the ban pool this time around, so it'll be something different. But Afreeca, a lot of good work, and then just, again, a colossal mistake. So definitely the sort of VOD that you can look over and find things to work on and improve, because tighten up a little bit and you probably win that game.
Well, it's good to see the game in a spot where it's not just a death that led to the end of the game.
Sure.
It was one big, massive failure that started spiraling out of control, and then KT could take hold from there. So nice that it's not just a death timer issue in this one.
That's a really glass half full explanation of what happened in this game. Isn't that nice?
Yeah, it's good for the rest of the games. Not for Afreeca, it's really bad for them, but it's good for everybody else and all of you guys watching. But I mean, the big pick, though, is Shen. Is that one going to be on the table? Is that one going to find itself banned out as well? We'll find out when we come back from our short little break. We'll have Game 2 coming up in just a few minutes, so don't go anywhere. Don't go anywhere.
Nowhere.
I thought that I've been hurt before, but no one's ever left me quite this sore. Your words cut deeper than a knife. Now I need someone to breathe me back to life. Got a feeling that I'm going under, but I know that I'll make it out alive. Like recalling you, my lover. Move on. You watch me beat until I can't breathe. Shaking, falling onto my knees. And now that I'm without your kisses, I'll be needing stitches. Tripping over myself. Aching, begging you to come out. And now that I'm without your kisses,
몸을 막힌 지하철 향하는 곳은 어딜까 사방이 막힌 이곳 땅속에 박혀버린 삶 고장난 시계처럼 버려진 미래 두 어깨를 짓누르는 주변의 기대 시간에 밀려 쏟아지는 사람들처럼 서둘러 토해내버린 내 꿈과 신념 현실에 추가 달린 내 발에 무참히 짓눌렸어 껍데기뿐인 욕심은 한없이 뒹굴었어 답답했지 또 착잡했지 항상 그렇듯 난 상상만 했지 이제 내 목을 조이는 족쇄를 벗어버릴래 꿈틀거리는 가슴에 날개를 달 수 있게 일렁대는 파도를 더 이상 참지 못해 그 어떤 방파제로도 이 맘을 막지 못해 수많은 탄식과 손가락질 있겠지 내 뒤엔 상관없어 소리쳐줄게 카르페 디엠
내 청춘은 어디로 날아갔나요 그대 내 청춘은 어디로 사라졌나요 그대 이제는 나는 나이가 너무 많아졌지만 나는 이렇게 또다시 꿈을 꾸게 되었죠
열정을 잃은 나이에 나이는 23 진심을 담은 눈빛은 그 빛을 잃었네 텅 빈 가슴엔 사랑을 담지 못해 눈물을 대신해 한 잔 술로 날 적시네 열정을 잃은 나이에 나이는 23 진심을 담은 눈빛은 그 빛을 잃었네 텅 빈 가슴엔 사랑을 담지 못해 눈물을 대신해 한 잔 술로 날 적시네 아무것도 없이 마구 날뛰었어 겁도 없이 실패에 부딪혀 난 몇 번이고 쓰러졌지 아직 난 힘이 없어 이미 다 지난 과거에 얽매여서 살고 있어 이제 마지막 내가 다짐한 빛바랜 행볼 구걸해 내 주변에 사람들은 비웃음으로 구경해 누가 뭐래도 나를 움직이는 건 바로 나 충고는 필요 없어 너희 난 똑바로 가 혼자도 상관없지 외롭다는 건 없지 하루에도 몇 번씩 난 슬픔에 가면을 벗지 아직 쓰지 않는 노트 한 켠에 빈 공간에 떨리는 손으로 두려움을 차례로 적었지 할 수 있는 것이나 또는 할 수 없는 것이나 모든 것이 나는 것이나 꿈이란 건 있는 것일까 나는 역시나 미래에 대한 두려움 따위는 버린다 내 나이는 25 아직까지는 어린 나이
내 청춘은 어디로 날아갔나요 그대 내 청춘은 어디로 사라졌나요 그대 이제는 나는 나이가 너무 많아졌지만 나는 이렇게 또다시 꿈을 꾸게 되었죠
열정을 잃은 나이에 나이는 23 진심을 담은 눈빛은 그 빛을 잃었네 텅 빈 가슴엔 사랑을 담지 못해 눈물을 대신해 한 잔 술로 날 적시네 열정을 잃은 나이에 나이는 23 진심을 담은 눈빛은 그 빛을 잃었네 텅 빈 가슴엔 사랑을 담지 못해 눈물을 대신해 한 잔 술로 날 적시네 열정을 잃은 나이에 나이는 23 진심을 담은 눈빛은 그 빛을 잃었네 텅 빈 가슴엔 사랑을 담지 못해 눈물을 대신해 한 잔 술로 날 적시네 열정을 잃은 나이에 나이는 23 진심을 담은 눈빛은 그 빛을 잃었네 텅 빈 가슴엔 사랑을 담지 못해 눈물을 대신해 한 잔 술로 날 적시네
Beat and sync with the fast track. All eyes are searching to the black. Jump back and get back a little more.
All right, welcome back. Your MVP from Game 1 was Fly on the Vladimir, 3, 1, and 9. Participated in 80% of the kills. And overall, just had a pretty good performance, just running up into the faces of his foes. Had some pretty bold play. Thought he was going to go down a couple times there, but also some clutch Lamb's respites coming out from score, helping keep him alive. But just good burst damage through and through.
If the result had gone the opposite way, it would have been his opposite number in Mickey that almost certainly would have picked up the MVP for the Afrika Freaks. But the moment the Baron came through, the team fighting difference between the two mid laners was clear for all to see. It was a first pick Vladimir, or first rotation Vladimir, and he could play super aggressive. He occupied the time of Ashe, basically made her completely irrelevant. The exhaust dealt with the Kassadin in the front line, and the end result was KT stealing away a win that was looking so difficult for them just 10 minutes previously in the game.
Yeah. And all that comes down to a very awkward call, going for an Ocean Drake instead of the Baron, which opened up KT to go ahead and take it. And despite that, we're not going to be seeing any swaps coming out onto the roster of Afrika Freaks. Still will have Linderong and Lyra starting in the top lane and jungle respectively. So not going to be shaking things up. I guess the team's saying, you know what? We had control of that game. It was just a poor shot call. Let's go back in with the same roster and try to just make it work this time. Let's tighten up the bolts and then walk away with the victory and try to take it to game 3. KT, though, in a pretty good spot. Now going over to the blue side, of course. We'll see how that's going to shake up the draft for them, because Shen was obviously a bit of a problem. It's also something that Someday has played before, so could be something that they look to first pick, or they could take it off the board. The Vladimir is another one of those things that they could look to first pick or ban out. The possibilities for them are pretty endless.
Speaking of endless possibility, it's worth noting, because we're in a post-Dangun rap video world. I mean, was something.
I'm sorry, guys. I have no explanation for you whatsoever. I don't know.
That was our first time seeing it.
And you know what the thing is, like, that's been recorded for so long now because there was snow on the ground in that video. So that is that. I mean, there hasn't been snow on the ground since I arrived. So maybe like February, the end of February, if not even recorded before that. So that's the first time that we've seen that. So Dangun, the rap god, coming out to play tonight, I guess.
Maybe it's equalizing, because from what I understand, it was Dangun that was queuing all those Cloud Templar cosplays during the long pause a week ago. So now we're getting some of the skeletons out of the closet of Dangun. Or in this case, pretty sick rap video, I gotta say.
So Reddit, I would appreciate it if we could get an entire translation of the entire song posted. That would be really awesome to see, because I have no idea what was going on.
I like how in the middle of the song he just had a breakdown.
Yeah, just like starts yelling, throwing books off the shelf, and then just goes back to singing.
I mean, the rap seemed good. Like,
yeah, seemed like it was pretty upbeat. It was on point.
Well, I don't know about upbeat. That seemed like a pretty depressing song.
I mean, upbeat as far as like the actual tempo.
It was on beat.
Of the there we go, on beat, I should say. But
upbeat, I don't think so.
Okay.
I don't speak that much Korean, but he didn't seem so happy in that video.
Okay, well, fair enough. Good inferring right there.
What a video.
But
Dangun, of course, does pilot the broadcasts on Monday, Tuesdays now, as Kastajun not able to do 6 days a week.
Who would have thought?
Well, 6 days a week. That's the life we live now.
When you cast and yell for a living.
I mean, I have Hearthstone starting soon.
Sometimes
my
bad
esports
to
week's 7 days.
Have to do this for
I'm looking
6 days
forward
a
to
week.
it. 7 days a week.
Oh boy.
Esports never sleeps.
It never sleeps.
Nope. It even conflicts a lot nowadays.
Yeah. You're the hero of esports, Papa.
Thank you.
And heroes never die.
That's true.
For a price. But now it'll be interesting to see what happens once those other games get rolling and how we have to manage the schedules. I, for one, am ready to just be strapped in 100% on League of Legends.
Oh, yeah. All in on League of Legends.
My 4-day action going on, but looks like we do have picks and bans up for Game 2. Twisted Fate still going to be the first ban from the side of KT Rolster. Just don't want to give that one over to Mickey, despite him having very poor performances with it so far this split.
It still is a Mickey trademark. It does warp the game, and excellent at playing pick comps, usually, even if the results haven't been there this season. Speaking of mid lane bans, if you remember, the first game started with 3 jungle bans, and now the jungle pool is going to open up. Mid laners from both the KT side with their bans, so definitely varying their strategy on the blue side.
Yep. Well, Shen and Vladimir banned away by the Afrika Freaks.
I mean, Afrika knew that KT were willing to first pick this Vladimir, and given how well Fly did, earning the MVP in Game 1, it makes sense to ban it away. So we will not see a repeat of the Game 1 shenanigans. The Globals and now the Vladimir dealt with. What about the jungle pool, though? Because Score will
It's
certainly
wide open right now.
snap up the Nidalee if available, but clearly Nidalee is not what they're prioritizing. Will this be a first pick Aurelia? Because they're going to ban the Nidalee on blue side.
Would be a bold one, but one that, Someday and KT have been very confident with before.
Is it that bold when you've already banned Shen away? The smartest comp choice
True.
against this Aurelia is Shen. Linderung hasn't shown that he plays any of the other edge meta picks that can beat the Aurelia in lane, but Ryze is available once again. I think it's going to be the Aurelia, though, given the Shen ban.
Well, he's just going to keep spelling out KT for the time being, but could certainly see the Aurelia. I'm still waiting for the Jax one of these days. Someday has said in his post-game interview that he wants to play it, but the team won't let him. But it's actually, surprisingly, going to be Sivir first pickup here for the side of KT, so going to get that into the hands of Arrow.
And we've seen AD carry priority be first pick, first ban, but that's normally been the Jhin, certainly not the Sivir.
Yeah.
Karma was available also, which would have been another movement speed based champion that's been very much a first pick. Sivir is, it feels like a reach, but it seems like Arrow isn't interested in running the Jhin, and they just prioritize the utility that's coming through from Arrow, who wants to keep piling on these kills. He is #1 for kills in the league, and that's not changing after game 1.
Well, we can only expect that this Karma will be snatched up by a Freak of Freaks. This is the, as they call it, the SKT Special, something that we saw banned away from them multiple times in their first loss of the split in round 1. So they do take the Karma away, so you can't get that double move speed plus the shields there. So we'll just be the Sivir, and they snatch up the Rek'Sai for themselves. We can kind of guess that this is probably going to be Snowflower on the Karma, something that he has played in the past. Mickey, it's not as much of his cup of tea, but certainly could pilot that one in mid.
With red side last pick, they certainly do have some mind games available to them, given the flex pick nature of the Karma. We've been wanting to see the Gragas from Score, but he's been one of the few Kindred players who are still piloting it post the last few nerfs. It's actually going to be a further nerf on patch 6.13, so maybe Kindred will be a thing of the past, but Aurelia certainly will not. So will this be the part of the draft where we see Someday return to his still undefeated Aurelia? And oh
There we
boy,
go.
are we going to see it? There
Okay,
it is,
good.
locked in.
I was just about to say, this would really shoehorn them into a very heavy AD composition, and once again, they would rely on that support to be the tank. So now, flipping over, they have this Gragas in the jungle. So
And look,
you
this
get
is-
your wish.
A lot of people won't remember, but this is very much a legendary pick for Score. If you remember back to Worlds last year, the KT Rolster versus Rox Tigers quarterfinal, Score had a massive series there when his team lost. Someday, uncharacteristically, was solo dying consistently in top lane. The team made a lot of mistakes, but Score was a monster, specifically on the Gragas pick. So it's nice to see his first Gragas draft in many a moon, and control junglers for both sides, as Lero be on the Rek'Sai and now Score on the Gragas. Action over to Afrika. They have run the Karma mid, but as you mentioned, it's not necessarily a staple of Mickey. But
Definitely more of a Snowflower.
this is a nice flex, because they will have support mid lane flex as a last pick.
True. It's going to be Ezreal locked in here for Songyun, so not looking to try his hand at that Ashe yet again. So going to be going for a much safer pick.
I mean, the moment you lock in Aurelia, Jhin and Ashe are both looking pretty damn scary to draft against an Aurelia. And if Someday gets ahead, which has been KT's MO, outside of Rumble games apparently, setting up Someday to go massive, there's just nothing that a no escape AD carry can do. At least Ezreal can do damage from 1,000+ range, has multiple escapes, will do damage, despite having to very much be running in the opposite direction from the Aurelia.
Well, now last two picks coming through, looking for the mid and support. Victor, something that was passed up by a KT Rolster in game 1.
It will definitely be
Could
the
be
Victor
locked in.
draft. At the end of the day, you've got Aurelia, a Triforce arms race, carry top laner. You want safe wave clear. Victor Sivir is wave clear in line for days.
I want to see the Taric coming out. I feel like Taric with that Aurelia who could dive into the back line, get those guaranteed stuns on the multiple members, would be really strong, but it will be Nami for Hachani, something that he's been playing a good amount of as well. So looking for that, safe sit back, heal them and poke up with the ebb and flow type champion, but this could open up for Ryze in the mid lane.
I think it will be the last pick Rise. They kind of need something to put this comp over the top from Afreeca. They need something to really warp the game, because for now, the KT playbook looks as obvious as possible. They have super disengage and super wave clear for Irelia to get Trinity Force, and for Score to gank for the Irelia as much as possible. So they need a way to unsettle what looks like the prototypical 4-1 comp from KT. They were first mousing over the Rise, but will we see a series where Rise is not banned or picked once again? As yep, confirmed, it's going to be Mickey on the Azir. He's never been a big Azir player, and with the latest round of Azir nerfs, you really have to be an Azir main or you will struggle to get anywhere near the same effectiveness out of Azir on its current power level.
Yeah, this is a really interesting and borderline questionable pick here for Mickey to snatch this one up.
Well, at least the Emperor's Divide will have the ability to scoop Irelia out after one of her dives, but it's Mickey on a champion much like the Karma that is a bit to the edge of his meta. They're not going for a pick comp, they're very much going for a team fighting comp, but KT have a comp that they have executed time and time again, meta after meta. The comfort from KT makes this very much look like it's going to be another series win for KT Rolster.
It is certainly looking that way, but with that Trundle, we need to see Linderong really show some dominance up in that top lane, control Someday as best as he can.
Again, his only competitive win was an MVP carry performance on the Trundle, so he's done it before. But a lot of this game's going to be decided around that lane. KT have very much got a stalling comp for Someday, so the only way to unsettle a comp like that is to actually push this Irelia behind.
Yeah. Expensive
build path, wants to build a Trinity Force, focus down the Irelia, or feel the wrath of KT Rolster.
Well, certainly a bit of dive potential there with the Rek'Sai and that Trundle. So we'll see if they're able to make it happen, or if KT will close out with a 2-0 victory, fly back on the victor. Got to be expecting some really strong aggression from him and some flashy plays with that Chaos Storm.
All comfort for KT Rolster.
That it is, but let's go ahead, get right into game 2 and see if KT can close us out. Well, hey there.
We're not on screen yet.
I know.
We will be soon.
I'm
though.
just ready for it. How's it going? Welcome back. I'm Achilles. That's Papa Smith.
Another intimate
We have
evening
a
of
pause.
LCK. This is where we get to really, you know, we got to see your socks last week. So
Yeah, we did.
it feels like the arms race for what can happen on this stream during piggyback pauses.
I mean, we had a lot of stuff happen.
Hangman.
We played Hangman. We had an AMA. We showed our socks. We talked about a bunch of different movies that I can't talk to you about because
Nope.
you don't watch.
I
good
don't
movies.
watch. That's true. It is one of my failings. One of my many failings
Yeah.
is lack of movie watching.
No Miyazaki's. No Saving Private Ryan.
Nope.
It's
Nope.
just, I just kind of, I don't know.
We can
problem.
talk about video games, I
It's
guess. I play some of those.
We do play some video games occasionally.
True.
Well, we're trying to get you to rank 50 right now.
I'm ranked 50 already in that other game.
I thought that you weren't.
No, I am.
It's Overwatch.
Okay.
But okay, I thought that you didn't hit it.
No, I did.
Okay, well never mind.
You
Now
hit
I don't
60, I hit 50.
Now I don't have to do anything. I don't have to carry you anymore.
No, I need 60 now.
Okay.
You need 70 now.
I'll carry you to 60
hey.
while simultaneously getting myself
Look, you
to
may be
70.
10 levels ahead of me, but I held my own.
No, I know. I'm using that word very harshly. You
That's
do
true.
very
That's
well.
fair. Look, I accept that.
We had oh god, that game last night made me want to,
Overwatch.
yeah.
It's just like League of Legends. It turns out that when you roll out the solo queue, dynamic queue, competitive mode, pretty easy to get tilted.
Sometimes getting cheesed really just hurts your soul. Except in this game, they can use multiple of the same character to do so.
We used to use multiple of the same character here in Champions.
That's true.
And then
We did
Riot
used to do
took
that.
it away.
They did.
Bring back Tushens.
Our blind pick is gone. I didn't get to experience it.
I know.
It was so
They heard
young.
you were coming. They were like, no Tushens for you.
Damn it. I'm sorry. My arrival ruined it for everyone. But looks like we have the pause taken care of. It's just a minor issue, and we're back into game. Going to be seeing some similarities across the board here as far as these masteries go. Of course, Fervor going to be taken by Someday up in that top lane, despite the nerfs coming through on 6.12. Of course, only getting one stack per hit of an ability. still not going to be much of a problem for that Aurelia.
I wonder how Mystic Shot is coded, because back in the
You
day,
get one.
it used to be 2, because you used to
Yeah.
get 2 procs of everything with Mystic, because it was like a spell and an auto attack. It was
Yeah,
always
you-
coded interestingly.
You only get one now, I'm pretty sure.
Okay. That was the one ability where I wouldn't be sure. It's that and Parlay that was this kind of hybrid abilities.
Yeah. I haven't played League admittedly since a little bit after 6.12 came out, so it's been a good little while there. But I'm pretty sure that it just gives you one now.
Bronzecaster.
Bronzecaster. What can I say? I'm just like you guys that haven't played League of Legends God knows how long. It's an invade, though, ready to happen from KT as they move up. The big Krug's already been taken, so Johnny and Arrow won't arrive in time to get much damage in. But this will open up for them to just shove back that Rek'Sai Lyra out of the jungle for an extended period of time. Meanwhile, Fly, the Exhaust going to come through here, but they don't really have kill pressure, but they get a good amount of damage down onto that Victor. Use the Ghost, so they at least get a Summoner out.
And that's a really good Summoner spell trade, because Snowflowers isn't going to exhaust before the cooldowns back up. It's a lane swap, so just going to be standing in lane, auto-attacking. So getting a combat Summoner, or at least an escape Summoner out of Fly, is actually a really good trade for a spell that holds no value this early in the game. Can't exhaust minions, it turns out.
How unfortunate.
I wonder if you'd exhaust cannon minions.
Maybe back when they had the promote ability.
Yeah!
And you can supercharge them.
Monty and I were VOD reviewing Season 3 games yesterday, so a lot of things have changed in the game.
Yeah.
I thought about Soul Shroud for the first time in about 2.5, 3 years.
That is a name I haven't heard in a long time. See though, splits coming out. KT are faster on this top side, so they will get a little bit of a tempo advantage as Afrika start moving through that turret on the bot. Of course, Ezreal does have a good amount of potential to work through those towers once he can hit 5 stacks on the passive, but Arrow with that Ricochet auto reset does make them just innately faster.
I mean, Ezreal has the advantage because once again in a lane swap, you can actually skill W second and just put the attack speed onto your teammates. You won't need an escape till level 3, which you'll hit very comfortably. So,
well, if they maintain this lane swap, that could open up for Songi to go for a very greedy build, get something like a tier and a call to try to just maximize those stacks and get a good chunk of gold.
but now this is the interesting place. Do we see a force from Afrika to 2v2?
Nope.
See, it's a little experience trading in the jungle, but this is always interesting because if you can actually navigate 2v2 as Ezreal and just have tier against Cull, you can just extended laning, farm up your tier.
Yeah.
Last season, the Rox Tigers were famous for putting the Ezreal in a solo lane with tier to avoid getting punished against a BF sword or a Caulfield's hammer. But this is what you do. You swap back down as Afrika, opt into just a couple of extra AD and just a lot of stacking from Arrow and farm that tier safely. So I do like this adaptation from Afrika because the other flow-on effect here is that Sivir is dangerously overextended when last hitting because there's no turret behind the Sivir.
Yeah, very true. Score though, going to find Lyra up near this top side. Will lose out the trade as far as damage goes. Now Someday on his lonesome, but has that turret available on his side of things. He's still really far forward. The pillar comes down for the slow up. Lyra still hasn't popped out. Will flash forward, gets the knock up. They're going to take him down. So this is looking a little bit familiar if you guys watched game 1. Someday falling and flashing for first blood.
Afrika get everything. They get the lane assignment they want. The 2v2 with Ezreal not being punished for purchasing tier, and they start the snowball towards the Trundle. It's just a single kill. The items will come through from Someday, but it's going to be on score. Really applying pressure on top. That doesn't have to be kills. That needs to be vision, pink wards, and just stopping there from being a second wraparound gank for this Rek'Sai on Aurelia.
Well, Someday's not going to lose out too much. Does use that teleport to get himself back up to the top side. Has a long sword and those double daggers, so looking for the stinger. Just working toward that Trinity Force, so that kind of tells us that he will be looking for a Phage before the Sheen becomes a relevant pickup for him.
Yeah, health after the Tiamat's probably going to be the build path for Lindarang. Not sure if that's going to be a Randuin's or just the more conventional Sunfire Cape. You definitely need health against Aurelia because outside of the Shen matchup, it's going to be hit end style, the W as the maxed ability and the true damage. The only really way to account for true damage is that extra health. Tiamat accelerated for Linderon, puts him in a really nice spot against Someday.
Yep. Well, Mickey on the first back is going to be picking up some Berserker Greaves, as well as a second Doran's Ring. Has a little bit of freedom there, as Fly is going to have to augment his Victor item, so not going to be picking up any powerful items quite yet. So it does give him a little bit of flexibility in his build.
These solo lanes are such comfort for KT. I mean, if you know these players, you know that, but the numbers bear out the same fruit. Someday, 4-0 Aurelia, Fly 7-0 Victor on this season. So far, significant records will have to come tumbling down for Afreeca to find their way back into the series. I talked about Gragas applying pressure or providing vision. So far, none of that to speak of. And we do see Rek'Sai returning to top lane.
Yep, could be.
They're going for the dive.
Yeah, they're going to be going for this one. A little bit risky because he does have that equilibrium strike. They pop him up, though, and he's already taken so much damage. He dashes back, and there's nowhere to go. Dashes back in onto the Trundle, and he's going to go down. Turret does take off a significant chunk, but Score just not arriving in time to help keep that Aurelia alive, and Someday going to pay for it yet again.
This is really nice play from Afreeca, both on the top and the bottom side of the map. You could have understood them being a bit kind of at wit's end after losing that first game, but they've managed to shake it off. They've set up really smartly in game 2. As Linderon might have overstayed.
That gets stuck into the turret, but the turret goes ahead and targets up that cannon minion instead, so Linderon will remain safe.
Linderon is so happy he didn't buffer an auto attack, because if he had attack move, he would have taken turret aggro and died.
That would have been all she wrote. Score, though, going to be a little bit frustrated that did not happen. Would have been a very nice 1v1 pickup and a great way to avenge his top laner, but not going to happen yet. Fly in the meantime going to be picking up this blue buff, pretty well needed. As you can see, he's falling behind 13 CS at the moment underneath of Mickey. This will allow him to clear the waves even faster with that Death Ray. Should allow him to keep up in numbers.
And Linderon has gone for, I want to win lane super hard, double Ruby Crystal after the Tiamat. As much health as he could possibly afford in his first purchase. Ruby Crystal is probably the most, what's the word, flexible item in the game, because it builds into Giant Spell and builds into Kindle Gem. Basically all the good health items build out of those Ruby Crystals. The moment that it built into Giant Spell, it just became you just load up on them in laning phase.
Maybe he wants a catalyst.
Plenty of health. I mean, sure. Rod of Ages sounds pretty good. Righteous Glory, Trundle, just get that pillar right down the back of the enemy because
Righteous
it's
Glory,
so fast.
Righteous Glory with his W down. Oh man, you're not getting away from that Trundle.
Well, until we see someone look at those Clear Love EDG games and be like, yes, Skarner, we're probably not going to see Righteous Glory. I guess if people watch the NALCS, they might see Rainover playing Olaf and also think about Righteous Glory, but those are the Righteous Glory specials at the moment.
Yeah. Olaf, I was upset that Olaf didn't really come into the meta here in Korea. Always been a big fan of that pick.
It's been a strange one. I think Olaf is actually very strong in a meta where Jhin and Ashe are just chilling at the back of a fight.
I mean, the additional buff to his W for the, added sustain and the armor and MR off the Ragnarok. I thought he was going to be in a pretty good spot, one that would make him desirable, but hasn't happened yet. Linderon, though, getting engaged on. He does get stunned up, and now Fly coming up here. Throws out the Chaos Storm. Flash comes through. And he gets over the pillar, but can't find
Fly
the engage.
failed with his Death Ray, and actually Death Ray backwards after flashing. That's awkward.
Well, didn't even throw down the gravity field, so wasn't much hope of locking up that Trundle in general, so they will go flash for flash. And now here comes Lyra yet again.
He has his own flash this time, so may be able to get away, but KT have definitely been inelegant at minimum when it comes to pulling off these ganks. Score has the ultimate back up.
He does. Fly's taking a good chunk of damage. Here comes Score now. Mickey just going to roam down. Has flash available as well, so he's going to be pretty safe on that Azir. Someday, the wave's starting to push forward. Has to be careful. You can see him sitting here, not even going for these minions. He knows something's up.
This is the strange thing about KT is that they've had their impressive early games, but they'll have games like this where everything goes wrong. The jungle path thing has been excellent from Lyra. The lane assignment's been perfect for Afreeca.
Well, he dashes back, will just flash out, throws out the ultimate to try to recover a little bit of HP. But Flash going to be down yet again for this Aurelia in the top side, something that Afreeca have been really willing to abuse. But look at this, Achani roams up to the top side. They already find a kill onto Linderon, just turning this one around. That's going to be the explosive cast comes through. Lyra just trying to shoot back through the tunnel. Can he make it over the wall with another tunnel system? He's getting cut off by Score. Starting to roam down. Looks like they might just go ahead and pull off that one as Snowflower and Mickey were roaming up the river to save his life. They do answer a kill. Not really sure how that one started, but a good pickup all the same here by KT, getting one on the board.
A really nice roam coming through from Hachani. Made it to top first and was able to impact that kill really well. Someday desperately needed a bit of gold, a bit of a window back into a laning phase that had gone pretty horribly wrong after those 2 early ganks. Certainly not the tipping point just yet, but equalized in CS, a bit of kill pressure, now only a kill credit away from matching the gold from Linderang. So touching distance from this Aurelia. We already outlined it. This is very much a comp set up to allow this Aurelia to empower the Aurelia with the safe wave clear in other lanes. So someday getting competitive is very important to their success.
The one thing that's kind of confused me here from the side of Afrika is that Linderang's been holding the wave forward rather than letting it crash back towards the tier 2 and then just freezing it. Because wouldn't that just effectively starve out Someday, who has no way of pushing forward? Because he already can't go toward the midway point in that top lane because of Lyra's pressure.
Freezing always has its trade-offs. Very likely that Sivir could just push in the Ezreal and they could look for Drakes and other answering objectives around the map.
Okay.
If they freeze, there could also be KT putting the Rift Herald onto the Aurelia, and in a skill matchup or in a close matchup between Aurelia and Trundle, it can really start to warp things, so they decide not to go for that.
Well, speaking of Rift Herald, it's down to about half HP as Score does arrive. Throws up that barrel, tries to dissuade them. Looks like it'll work.
That means Aurelia is actually the one who has at least some semblance of a freeze on the top side of the map.
Okay.
It's going to push out, though, as you can see, with the minions as they are, so definitely not panic stations for Linderang, but it gets Someday closer and closer, just the phage completion and the recipe away from that Trinity Force.
Yep. We can see that was going to be the Titanic Hydra coming through here for Linderang as he does complete that item. Where he wants to go next, we'll have to see. Something like Athene's, get some MR, might be a decent pickup as there is a Gragas and a Victor on the enemy team.
I assume you meant Spirit Physician, not Athenes.
That's what I meant. I said the wrong thing.
You saw Snowflower. He might build an Athenes later in the game.
Yeah, I was looking at the wrong thing. I don't know where my mind was going with that one, but yes, the Spectre's Scowl and the Spirit Visage. Thank you so much.
Look, you were calling a lot in the first game's draft, so if he builds Athenes, I will be surprised.
I don't know if that prediction's gonna come through, but we can see the Dragon's getting started up. Tidal Wave gets used here onto Mickey. We'll get a little bit of damage in on the arrow. Bubble connects onto him. Nice spell shield to mitigate the damage from the True Shot Barrage, and arrow will stay safe. Didn't even have to use on the hunt. But Mountain Drake goes over to Afrika Freaks, and it's going to be a second Mountain Drake to follow up. Would be a very powerful start of Dragons for them if they're able to secure both of those.
Yeah, specifically with the ability to have Mickey with double Mountain Drake on the Azir. That sounds like deletion damage on Baron. You always think about the duo Baron. Rek'Sai certainly not going to be doing a lot of damage to Baron herself, but Azir can solo out from the back of the pit, as we've seen teams creatively try to set up, and Trundle, he wants to get on the split push, so Mountain Drake, very much great for Afrika Freaks. I can see you smiling and thinking about Athenes on
I was just thinking of Athenes on a Trundle and how silly that would be.
He'd never run out of mana, so he'd have that going for him.
Yeah, he would not. Score going to show some face into this mid lane. With Johnny as well as they roam through, get some vision down. Chaos Storm gets blown out there by Mickey. Onto Mickey, rather. Just trying to get a little bit of damage in. They'll get a couple ticks. It'll work him down to about half HP.
A couple ticks in a Thunderlord's proc from what I could see, but certainly not anything for Mickey to worry about. Going for the new school of Azir build. Nashal's Tooth definitely being a bit deprioritized. And Berserk agrees with their recent strength. It's become the staple Azir item.
Score finds Lyra in that pit right there. It's going to stop him from taking the Rift Herald yet again. Might not go down in this match. Has about 4.5 minutes or so before he will despawn.
I have to wonder if this is going to be Rylai's first from the Azir. Maybe it's another coping mechanism for a champion like Aurelia in teamfights with the slow, but no Athene, sorry, not, well, Athene's could be picked up. Now you got Athene's on the mind, but no Nashal's
What have I
Tooth.
done?
No Nashal's Tooth is answered by Berserker, so that part is fine, but no 20% CDR item, no Marilla Nomicon would actually be a big surprise. So maybe it's just an idiocy large rod because of gold values.
Oh.
Sungyun's still Ezreal, so Doesn't have to overextend to farm.
Yeah. Just trying to bait him in, but it's not going to work. They knew that Snowflower was roaming up towards that top side, so wanted to try to get some pressure down onto him. Meanwhile, Someday and Linderong just duking it out, going back and forth here. Triforce completed, of course, so a good amount of damage there from that Aurelia is going to start coming forward. You can see as he's winning these trades.
With the vision they have, these trades going to keep
Actually,
going.
Ultimate goes out, has to throw through the minions. Of course, Trundle using that subjugate. The minions dying will find a good amount of HP coming back in. Tidal Wave not going to connect on the Song Yun. The body slam away by Score will keep him safe from the tether. And the bot lane plus jungle of KT will be able to successfully retreat, but they can't get the tier 1.
With the vision as it stood in top lane, Mickey desperately had to apply pressure because the defensive wards for Afrika covered every entrance to top lane except for coming through their own jungle. So it was important that Mickey had mid lane push to stop there being a dive, because remember, Trundle is just farming super overextended in top lane with no turret, but safely enough for now to allow the Trundle to stay in touching distance of the Aurelia.
Yeah, it's only been punished just the one time so far, which we still don't really know how that one happened. But it looks like somebody just, probably managed to dash in, get a stun, and everybody else collapsed from there. But just 2-1 going to be the score line. Afrika barely sticking their nose out in front of KT Rolster, with about 200 gold separating them. Now we can see the vision control coming through. Pink Ward does expire, but they're going to go ahead and peel off that Rift Herald yet again.
KT saw the ward timing out just around the back, so they knew there was vision for Afrika, no reason to risk it. Tremor Sense makes it very easy to spot out what the enemy team's doing around those objectives.
Oh, nice steal away by Fly. Well timed. Gets the big Raptor. And now Someday just trying to keep that wave as close to his tower as he can. Wrong waiting in the brush up top.
The Rylai's first has come through from Azir. This means that compared to basically every other competitive Azir game we've seen in the last year, the consistent damage over the course of a fight will be much lower from the side of Mickey. He won't be able to move his soldiers as often. He'll be slightly less maneuverable with the lack of cooldown reduction, but it's a pick build. So earlier in the game than previously, he'll be able to get the first slow, has had his flash up the whole game, and look for engage. So it will function as an engage build. It may also allow some peel for some of the backline members with the slow. They probably still will be CDR, but not seeing Nashor's Tooth or Morellonomicon as the first completion for Azir is something we haven't seen in a very long time.
Yeah. But it does chain in really well for this pick composition. I mean, you set up for the slows coming out of the Iceborne Gauntlet, the tether there from the Karma, as well as the knockups and the pillars there from Lyra and Linderong. So.
Well, it's pretty generous calling this comp a pick comp if it was being built with Nashor's Tooth or Morellonomicon. With the Rylai's, you at least have a semblance of a chance to get that first pick, because they don't have a Twisted Fate. They don't have any necessarily much pick season outside of maybe Flash Unburrow from Lyra.
Very true. Well, Score got a body slam forward, flashes in to find Snowflower. He flashes right back out, Tidal Wave comes through, knocks up Lyra and Songyun. The red buff will be taken away in the end of things here. And it looks like Afrika are going to try to retreat out. And Johnny takes a bunch of damage, so has to flash away as Mickey starts joining his team. Score's still really far forward. Will get slowed up by that Iceborne Gauntlet. But it looks like that might just be the end of it. Trying to poke out. Meanwhile, Someday and Linderong going back and forth up top.
Victor finds it hard to enter this fight. There was really good warding from Afrika on every possible entrance to their red side jungle, so they had to back away.
Of course, this is setting the stage for this drag in the second of the game, which has spawned. Afrika, go ahead. They start this one up. This could be a little bit risky as Lyra and Snowflower have both been chunked out. Teleports available from both of these top laners. Someday starting a recall. Lyra still taking a little bit. Fly trying to zone them out with that Death Ray. Looks like he will push them off of the dragon and towards that mid lane.
Songyun at half health is the only relevant health bar, just because Lyra can just ult back in, has plenty of tunnels around the second Mountain Drake spawn. But looks like Songyun will be able to get his recall in as well. They'll ult to show that Rek'Sai is around the area. And for now, at least, Mountain Drake will stay on the move.
Taking that one out of the hands of KT, certainly something that Afrika want to do, but just as well, they want to stop Afrika from netting their second. Make it very easy for them to siege up underneath these towers. They have a good amount of poke and a strong front line in that Trundle and Rek'Sai. Stick around. They're going to go ahead and start this one up. Lyra gets caught up by the bubble. Here comes Score around the side. Chaos Storm already thrown down for Lyra's tunnel system. He gets popped out of it, knocked back in with the cast, and he's going to go down. Arrow finds the kill with one last auto attack. Snowflower going to take a bunch from that death ray. Almost goes down. It's knocked to about 20%. Now that should be the Mountain Drake going over to KT. Really well executed. You can see they were ready for every single contingency in that fight, but it's not over yet. Fly throws down that gravity field. Here comes the TP from Linderong. Not going to get caught up, but Mickey goes in with the Emperor's Divide, and he goes down. Linderong trying to get onto Arrow, who does not have the flash available. He's just stuck in the pit, and he will get chomped out for the kill. He flashes over the wall. Can they chase? Flash plus the body slam coming through from Someday and Score. I think it's only a matter of time for that Trundle goes down. Meanwhile, on the other side of the fight, Songyun going to get locked up into that gravity field, but they can't capitalize on it. They can't find any more kills. Linderong just trying to get out of here with his life. Goes back in trying to duel it out with Score, but there's so many minions. He's actually turning this one around, is able to find the kill with the jump. And of all people, it's Hachani with Ebb and Flow, who is going to finally take down the Troll. Really well played by Linderong, making the best out of a bad situation.
Crazy that he was able to get the turnaround kill. Insane outplay. After Score went for the first auto trade, it was like, oh crap, there's a chance I could die here. Gonna see the whole replay though. This was a Freaka making a couple of mistakes. Mickey in particular, once again thwarted by the exhaust. Excellent use of that cooldown throughout this series by Hachani. And then KT actually move up for further kills. Like, well, Linderong is gonna die. They didn't even expect him to flash over the back. Someday loses interest in killing the Trundle and Score, despite the fact that he enters his fight 500 health or so ahead. When you've got that Titanic Hydra, when you also have the minions around, and even though the minions don't die, could have been a source of sustain, he just turns onto Gragas, kills him. Nami gets the kill credit, which certainly isn't ideal. So that while it's not a steadying influence, it's about as good a two-for-two trade as a Freak of Freaks could have hoped for.
Yep. But KT were able to net themselves that Mountain Drake for themselves, so will be their first pickup.
What was
Overall,
lost?
Gonna be pretty good.
But what was lost in that replay is, they were looking once again for a face check.
Yeah, Score goes in for the body slam, not going to connect. Those at the cast, knocks Lyra up towards Fly, who will lay down a bit of damage. Gravity Field not going to do enough to lock him up. Tidal Waves there will pop him, and he gets a little bit of damage in from the Chaos Storm, but overall he is going to be safe.
Was lost from the replay, and what was actually on display there as well. The reason why that all started was that Lyra didn't have lane pressure, went to ward around the Dragon, and was picked by KT, who were already pushed up in the mid lane and got the kill. Now he tries to get vision around Baron. KT already had the vision down. KT stuck pink wards in the first game. That was the only thing they really got done in the first 20 minutes, and they ended up being very consequential when they secured the second Baron of the game. In this game, they've stuck the vision in much the same fashion. Got that pick, got the first Mountain Drake to answer the one that a Freaka picked up, and now you just have to worry. The moment you walk up, there could always be an explosive cast bouncing you into 5 people.
Yep. Now I can see Someday has that recurve bow in the inventory. So, going to be looking for that Blade of the Ruined King in a bit. It would seem.
Wit's End.
Could be a Wit's End. Actually, that's a good point.
I don't believe it builds out a Negatron cloak, so maybe that's the one sign that it doesn't. It could do. They changed the recipe. It used to just be Null Magic Mantle. I'm not 100% clear on if it builds out a Negatron. I'm going to guess no, and that it's probably a Blade of the Ruined King, but I'm not 100%.
Could be either or, but I would probably put my money on Blade of the Ruined King as well. But interesting adaptation here from Arrow, not going for that Infinity Edge for the first item this time around. Went for Essence Reaver straight into Rapid Fire Cannon. Not one that we see too often on Sivir. Usually the Phantom Dancer or the Static Shiv is the second item.
Doesn't need help with wave clear, so that puts Static Shiv on the sidelines when you have a Victor on your team. Phantom Dance is an interesting one. I guess he decides that when it comes to trades, the only extended trade that Sivir's going to be in range of is the Trundle, which presents its own problem. So he's decided to go for Rapid Fire Cannon purely for the extra range on the auto. It helps with sieging. Mickey's caught
Oh
there.
yeah, Mickey gets popped back there by the Explosive Cask, is able to flash out the safety. The Chaos Storm not going to be able to catch up. And so it goes down for Fly, but the flash of the Azir. And Fly trying to push in, uses that gravity field to zone off Lyra from the sidelines as KT tries to open up onto the tier 1 mid, but they're not able to walk up and get much damage in.
We get our answer. Wit's End is completed. There's no Negatron in the item, so That is the new build path. There is a Negatron involved.
All right. Going for that one. Johnny gets popped up by Lyra. Vale flashes the wall, and he's going to pay for that one with his life. Nice little pick up there by Afrika. And a massive misplay by Hachani.
Smart of Afrika not to look for Baron. Even with Mountain Drake, tanks and an Azir, it's too risky against the Victor damage. They're going to look for this mid lane turret.
Wave clears there from KT to the Duke. Work down the minions. They go forward. Linderong up at the front lines. Has to flash backwards. Lyra goes in really deep, gets a pop-up. But Mickey is going to find the first kill of this fight. It's going to be on the score. And now Arrow going down as well for the double kill. Mickey just ripping through him with the triple sand soldier. And Afrika putting on the pressure and coming out on top, finding 2 kills, 3 in the end if you count Hachani and that tower in mid.
Sometimes item buys can really pay off. I believe Mickey entered the previous fight with 2,500 unspent gold. Goes back, finishes a Nashal's Tooth, and deletes people on the side of KT Rolster.
And
that deletion continues with the Baron, as you mentioned. This is what happens when you have Nashal's Tooth on your Azir. Baron, a pick. This is eerily reminiscent of what KT were able to do in Game 1.
That it is. Take another look at this one.
And this looks risky because they actually turn off the turret. Linderong falls super low, has to be healed early, but then the consistent damage. The first Sand Soldier comes over and Arrow is at 60 to 70% health. A couple of auto attacks later, he is dead. So is the Baron, and now Afrika Freaks find themselves 3,000 gold ahead.
Yeah. And that was multiple members of Afrika almost going down in that fight. Lyra, Linderong, and Snowflower all getting dangerously low. But Afrika is able to persist, and it's actually a triple Mountain Drake coming out. Now Afrika going to begin this one. And KT just not in a position to collapse and try to take this one away. So double Mountain now plus Baron buff. You can only guess that Afrika are going to be able to do a hell of a lot with both of these buffs now, and an Infernal is going to be the next one to come. I get my fireworks.
You get your fireworks, Achilles. All the massive contested Drakes are going to be on display in the first 4. Afrika actually have a pretty weak sieging comp, but maybe Azir will be able to solo them down with the double Mountain Drake. The objectives, though, that you can see will be deleted off the map in just one single blink.
You know, it's so weird that it's the 4th of July and just, like, to not go to like a barbecue or some kind of like party or something.
Remember,
today.
I'm Australian over here, so
well,
it's
yeah,
not that weird.
I'm
for me.
talking about it from my perspective as an American.
Is this your first 4th of July outside America?
Yes,
There you go.
it is.
Lack of patriotism for you. My birthday actually falls on Australia Day, so I kind of had that feeling every year when I'm not home for my birthday.
How unfortunate for your country.
It's true. I like to think of it as they throw fireworks for me.
Okay.
Because every time it's my birthday, there's fireworks, Kilios.
We got the.
You were at the party. You remember.
No, I wasn't, and no, I don't. That was before my time in Korea, Papa.
Run with the storyline, Kilios.
All right. Yes, it was a wonderful time.
Just as convincing as your play-by-play casting.
Thank you.
Afrika have a lot of pressure on the map. They've now taken down the inner turret in top lane. They're in a really good spot here, and they're taking out turrets with this comp, a very difficult comp to siege. Score with a party cask. Another
sorry.
turret coming down.
I'm still recovering from that comment that you made. You can see the big spell shield coming out there from Snowflower protecting his team. They're going to force down that tier 2 in mid. And they're going to continue onward towards this inhibitor tower. Papa sucks. Linderong taking up the majority of that damage. Cast being thrown out, just try to clear these minions, but it's not doing anything really. Mickey taking a huge burst of damage as the K-Storm comes out, has to dash backwards with the shifting sand. Tidal Wave, though, will end right before it pops him up. Taking a little bit of damage in onto Linderong, but he's still very tanky. Trundle now someday has to back off. The Johnny getting chunked out. Gravity Field does connect on the 2 of them, but they just cannot capitalize on to the CC. And Afrika are just very effectively backing off. Songyun goes forward really aggressively, gets the slows in. Now Lyra coming through. Chushan Barrage finds one. Fly gets popped up. Lyra gets locked up in the gravity field, but it's too little too late. Songyun comes up with a kill, and Afrika Freaks have victory in their eyes as they push back forward towards this inhibitor tower. Mickey takes a good chunk of damage, so they have to peel back. They cannot continue that siege any longer, but really well fought by Afrika. They come out on top with another kill.
It's just crazy consequential Barons coming out this series, Achilles. Remember that Afrika are pushing down 5v5 against Victor Sivert, the most wave that you could ever ask for, with Trundle, Rek'Sai, Akarma helping. Ezreal's not great at taking down turrets. The Baron buff is what caused them to have enough pressure for that. And then we see the initiation, which was actually very smart from KT. Normally against Baron, you won't want to do that, but they chunk out Mickey. And if Mickey can't do damage, KT will win a fight. If Someday had his flash available, Blade Surge, flash on top of Mickey, he would have died. Flash was about 30 seconds off cooldown. They end up just giving over another kill. They've lost most of their objectives. A Baron take decided game 1 and it's come a pretty long way towards deciding game 2.
Yeah, big uphill battle here for KT if they want any chance of getting back into this one. Now going to be down by 5.6 thousand gold. Infernal Drake going to be spawning in about 2.5 minutes here, and Baron won't be too far behind.
Itemization for Songyun is smart. If you remember the last time we saw carries like the Aurelia in the meta, Blade the Ruin King against any sort of melee damage dealer, it's very important to try and open up distance. Because Someday hasn't gone for Blade the Ruin King himself, we don't have those interesting scenarios where the first person who blades loses. Arrow takes a huge burst of damage.
Yeah, big chunk coming out of that. It's going to open up for Afreeca to push in, take out this last tier 2 tower. All of the outer is going to be falling now as it's 6-2 for that objective count. KT just trying to hold on for dear life, but they just haven't been able to find any firm ground to stand on whatsoever in this game. And a big part of that has been Linderong on this Trundle. We talked about how this was the champion that he found success on, and so far, that's holding true. 5-2-2, only missing out on 1 kill. And Someday just hasn't been able to do a damn thing. 1-2-0.
Yeah, we just haven't called the name of Someday because it was so well held down in the early game. Score wasn't impacting that lane. Couple of early kills onto Someday. Even though he got an answering kill, he's been an item or more behind the Trundle. And look at his itemization. He's gone for Wit's End into Spectre's Cowl as his items after the Trinity Force. He's not building for lane. Linderong is doing just fine in the lane, so there's no pressure advantage. It's not Irelia winning the 1v1 matchup and getting the teleport flanks. It's just Irelia being chipped out, Afreeca choosing smart fights, and Someday's been effectively neutralized like no other team has been able to do this season against KT Rolster.
Yeah, and that's a big risk in first picking this Aurelia. I mean, granted, they are on the blue side, so they have to enter in blind regardless at some point for the top lane, but you know, when KT has the opportunity to give a last pick over to Someday, that's when they can really excel. But here, taking up that Aurelia in a very early draft, it's just not working out for them. You can see Afreeca are just primed and ready for this Infernal Drake. Lyra a little bit too primed as he tries to kill
Baron spawning
that Phrasing. But yeah, they have so much damage, they can easily collapse over. This one does go down. Lyra, of course, has his tunnels available to him, so he can navigate the map very quickly, and KT can't even start it up.
Baron is about the only thing that can wrestle this game back for KT Rolster. And I see Someday. Guardian Angel completed now. We'll be able to hold off the Trundle, but not pressure, as we spoke about.
Arrow just trying to get more damage and has that BF sword in the inventory, but hasn't been able to build that into something, you know, very firm, whether it's the Bloodthirster or the Infinity Edge. We'll have to see, but so far it just seems to be a little bit lacking. 1-2-1 this time around on the Sivir.
Baron Vision being cleared out.
They could just go ahead and start this one up.
They play the Ruin King Ezreal and the Azir, so Azir's showing in mid, so for now KT can feel safe, but the moment he goes off the map, so does the Baron's health for sure.
Very true. Double lock it for KT. So far, just not seeming like it's doing a whole lot of stuff for them. They're going to go over the wall, come in for this Baron. Scrying Orb does go down into the middle of it.
Nice early teleport from Linderong.
Yeah, TP is coming through. He's going to be matched by Someday coming in. Lyra's there, ready for the pop-up. They knock him up. He takes a bunch of damage, has to flash into the wall. Brother comes down, locking him into place. Tidal Wave goes through. We'll find all 5 members. Songyun, he fires that True Shot Barrage. Not quite where he wants it to go, but all the same, Afreeca goes straight back over to this Baron, still feeling very confident in this take.
They're letting Score walk up. Baron now at 6,000.
And Scores in the backside of the pit. Is going to be looking for the steal, but Afreeca are going to go ahead and peel off Try to find an opening. Someday still chunked out to half HP. Does have the Guardian Angel available, so he's still going to be pretty safe. Lyra goes over the wall, trying to find Fly, throws out the gravity field. Linderong jumps for it, throws out the pillar. Can they lock onto him? He's taking a bunch of damage from that subjugate. Now Mickey, meanwhile, on the other side of the wall, finding as Johnny goes forward, has to flash back, and somebody goes in, gets the slow off, but the tether comes through. Someday will get locked up, and the Guardian Angel's going to get popped. That's the closest thing to a second death that we've had so far, so Johnny's the only one to go down. Pop up from Lyra, they take him out. Chaos Storm comes down from Fly, but it's not doing anything to this just tanky front line of Afrika
Mickey!
Freaks. They go in deep. Mickey gonna be finding Arrow. They take him down. Score, the only one left alive, force the body slam back into the base, and Afrika Freaks have complete control over the base, and they might be able to end it right here.
Yeah, only Gragas is up. They're going to have 5 members pushing in on this Nexus. KT did everything right around the Mariner. Afrika couldn't find a way to interrupt the Gragas, so he's in steal range. They didn't think they could get engaged, but they had all their flashes up. They had an 8,000 gold lead, and the item lead carried them through what was a really tricky last fight as they try and close out the game.
Yep, scoring on Johnny, the only two. Throws out the tidal wave, and Johnny has to flash away. There's nothing that they can do. The Nexus exposed. Score will find an answering kill on the Snowflower. If anything, just to pad the stats. But Afrika Freaks in 37 minutes take down KT, and they're going to take us to game 3.
Really interesting game. This is the first team that's been able to take down a previously 4-0 Aurelia and 7-0 Victor record. Both those players, Fly and Someday, we almost never mentioned their name during that game because they were kind of afterthoughts. It was a bit of a masterclass by Linderong. Mostly, you'd have to say they made the Trundle work.
Yeah.
Linderong and Sungwon had been exclusively played as a duo previous to today, but Linderong and Lyra also showed a lot of synergy. They set up the Trundle to have that matchup against the Aurelia. They snowballed the Trundle ahead. Aurelia was an afterthought. They had a lot of pressure in that lane, and they played the map in a very intelligent way, which they largely, again, did in Game 1, except for that one mistake. No mistake comes through from them here. Well played by Afrika, and we got ourselves a series.
Yeah, and you have to wonder if that's maybe the thing that Afrika Freaks really paid attention to and focused on during this break in between the rounds. You know, just flopping in Lyra, Ixu, Songwon, and Linderong, and just finding out what is going to be the best combination of these 4 players that we can compile with the remaining roster. And so far, it seems like with Linderong and with Lyra, it's working out really well. The synergy at the start of that game was phenomenal. Just repeat ganking Someday, finding openings, and getting that Trundle to a point where he was just unkillable and could create picks with the pillar. So really good job by those guys. You can see the damage to champions right there. Mickey, though, showing up on the Azir. We gave him a little bit of flack because we weren't sure how he was going to perform with this, but he came out swinging.
So the rise of Afrika last season, they could always play pick comps, but they added team fighting comps to the roster. It's a surprise. They haven't played a lot of team fighting this season, but they go to the Zia. They look comfortable doing it. They throw away what has been working for them in recent weeks, go to an old staple, and it worked much better than I think either of us could have anticipated.
Yeah, I mean, of course, Mickey, being Mickey, still had a couple times where he went in really deep with the Emperor's Divide and paid for it with his life, but overall, the improved macro play that Afrika Freaks had just allowed them to come out on top of KT Rolster. When we come back from a short break, though, guys, it's going to be Game 3. We'll find out who's going to be a victor. Is it KT or is it Afrika Freaks? Don't go anywhere. We'll be right back.
Soon.
Again, we'll be right back.
Right back?
Right back. We'll be right back.
I thought that I've been hurt before, but no one's ever left me quite this sore. Your words cut deeper than a knife. Now I need someone to breathe me back to life. Got a feeling that I'm going under, but I know that I'll make it out alive. If I quit calling you my lover, move on. You watch me bleed until I can't breathe.
몸을 막힌 지하철 향하는 곳은 어딜까 사방이 막힌 이곳 땅속에 박혀버린 삶 고장난 시계처럼 버려진 미래 두 어깨를 짓누르는 주변의 기대 시간에 밀려 쏟아지는 사람들처럼 서둘러 토해내버린 내 꿈과 신념 현실에 추가 달린 내 발에 무참히 짓눌렸어 껍데기뿐인 육신은 한없이 뒹굴었어 답답했지 또 착잡했지 항상 그렇듯 난 상상만 했지 이제 내 목을 조이는 족쇄를 벗어버릴래 꿈틀거리는 가슴에 날개를 달 수 있게 일렁대는 파도를 더 이상 참지 못해 그 어떤 방파제로도 이 맘을 막지 못해 수많은 단시간 손가락질 있겠지 내 뒤엔 상관없어 소리쳐줄게 카르페 디엠
내 청춘은 어디로 날아갔나요 그대 내 청춘은 어디로 사라졌나요 그대 이제는 나는 나이가 너무 많아졌지만 나는 이렇게 또다시 꿈을 꾸게 되었죠
열정을 잃은 나이에 나이는 23 진심을 담은 눈빛은 그 빛을 잃었네 텅 빈 가슴에 사랑을 담지 못해 눈물을 대신해 한 잔 술로 날 적시네 열정을 잃은 나이에 나이는 23 진심을 담은 눈빛은 그 빛을 잃었네 텅 빈 가슴엔 사랑을 담지 못해 눈물을 대신해 한 잔 술로 날 적시네 아무것도 없이 마구 날뛰었어 겁도 없이 실패에 부딪혀 난 몇 번이고 쓰러졌지 아직 난 힘이 없어 이미 다 지난 과거에 얽매여서 살고 있어 이제 마지막 내가 다짐한 빛바랜 행볼 구걸해 내 주변에 사람들은 비웃음으로 구경해 누가 뭐래도 나를 움직이는 건 바로 나 충고는 필요 없어 너희 난 똑바로 가 혼자도 상관없지 외롭다는 건 없지 하루에도 몇 번씩 난 슬픔에 가면을 벗지 아직 쓰지 않는 노트 한 켠에 빈 공간에 떨리는 손으로 두려움을 차례로 적었지 할 수 있는 것이나 또는 할 수 없는 것이나 모든 것이 나는 것이나 꿈이란 건 있는 것일까 나는 역시나 미래에 대한 두려움 따위는 버린다 내 나이는 25 아직까지는 어린 나이
내 청춘은 어디로 날아갔나요 그대 내 청춘은 어디로 사라졌나요 그대 이제는 나는 나이가 너무 많아졌지만 나는 이렇게 또다시 꿈을 꾸게 되었죠
열정을 잃은 나이에 나이는 23 진심을 담은 눈빛은 그 빛을 잃었네 텅 빈 가슴에 사랑을 담지 못해 눈물을 대신해 한 잔 술로 날 적시네 열정을 잃은 나이에 나이는 23 진심을 담은 눈빛은 그 빛을 잃었네 텅 빈 가슴엔 사랑을 담지 못해 눈물을 대신해 한 잔 술로 날 적시네 열정을 잃은 나이에 나이는 23 진심을 담은 눈빛은 그 빛을 잃었네 텅 빈 가슴엔 사랑을 담지 못해 눈물을 대신해 한 잔 술로 날 적시네 열정을 잃은 나이에 나이는 23 진심을 담은 눈빛은 그 빛을 잃었네 텅 빈 가슴엔 사랑을 담지 못해 눈물을 대신해 한 잔 술로 날 적시네
We can sync with the fast track. All eyes are searching to the black. Jump back and get back a little more.
All right, welcome back from our second viewing of the director's cut of 8 Mile. Your MVP from Game 2 was Linderong on the Trundle.
And just like Dangun's music video, if it works well the first time, why not run it again? And that's what they decided to do with Linderong on the Trundle. He won MVP in the only win that Afrika could pulled off with this roster on this pick, and they made it work a second time. They were relentless in shutting down Someday, and they arrest 11 wins, 4 on Aurelia, 7 on Victor. KT's comp was as much comfort as possible, and now suddenly that comfort's gone, and they're going to have to really dig deep to overcome an Afrika team that have gone from pick comp to just a team fighting comp.
Yeah,
This turnaround. That wins you the MVP right there, completely on its own, but this was an important game for Afrika. It's a statement game. This is the second round robin. It was the second round robin last season where they went on a 7-2 run to make it to playoffs. And okay, they choked at playoffs. There's no other way to put it. But games like this give you confidence that maybe Afrika will make one of those dark horse runs again.
Yeah, it's looking increasingly likely as time goes on. That performance right there against KT Rolster certainly very promising for the future of this team. Now, question is, can they close out here and take down KT Rolster, our #1 team in LCK at this moment?
I mean, the draft is going to be, it's crazy because think about how different the draft was Game 1 to Game 2. Game 1, we had all the jungle bans. Suddenly the jungle pool was different. The Game 2, we had mid lane bans, and then Azir out of nowhere. Not a pick that Mickey has been playing a lot this season. In fact, no one has really, apart from Faker, who's been definitely tending towards it. After the changes in the last patch, there's still been powerful Azir games, but not from Mickey. That's not what we would have expected.
Yeah.
But just like Afrika, went against expectations, showed they could have multiple carries. It wasn't a Mickey-focused team in spring. Mickey actually brings it around. Mickey's had a pretty poor season, I'd have to say. Outside of the big performance against SKT, brings it back on Azir, looks impressive. And now, I don't really want to assume anything from the draft on either side.
Yeah.
We saw a pick comp into a team fighting comp. Who's to say what Afrika will run next? KT on comfort couldn't get it done. And KT, just like Afrika, have some crazy picks in themselves. You know that Someday wants to run that Jax. You know the Aurelion Sol is only around the corner.
Yeah, it was banned out in Game 1. Just decided not to touch it because the Victor was available here in Game 2. But moving over to that red side yet again might be opting for a last pick on that champion.
Well, now you
Maybe
get the mind game, right? Because if we suddenly see the Azir lock in early, we know that the exact perfect champion that consistently Fly and other mid laners ran Aurelion Sol against was that Azir. So they were foxed by the Azir pick. They didn't see it coming. I didn't see it coming. I didn't think Afrika could play that cleanly with it, and they did. So now, question is, what are we going to see from both teams? I think it's going to be throw the first 2 games out and something new for what is now a best of 1 for the series, and suddenly a trap game for KT Rolster.
Yeah, just good mind gaming. I thought it was going to be the second questionable Azir game of the day, but it was not. So glad that they turned that one around. CLG. So what do you think is going to be the big contested pick moving into Game 3? Do you think that we're going to see the Shen make it through yet again? It was available, played really well to a point in Game 1, gets banned out in Game 2. Do you think it goes back onto the table, or does it still just get banned out by KT Rolster?
I think that the adaptation bans in Game 2 did a lot for Afrika Freaks. Getting rid of the Vladimir, I think, was really important for them. They're back on blue side now. If they have to ban Vlad on blue, then it's going to be an interesting game, I think. I think this could really free up some junglers. I think this is the sort of game where if Azir is forced to be banned, then Nidalee might poke her head through on either team. Both of them have great Nidalee players. I think the jungle pool is going to really be opened up. The Nidalee, I think, is going to be the one to stick to because you cannot leave the Vlad open. It decided Game 1. The Trundle's a bit of a question mark. I think you don't ban Trundle, but suddenly, for the first time this season, you're not gung-ho about first picking Aurelia.
Yeah, definitely, for sure. But I'm just still surprised that we see Ryze fall through draft twice in a row. Not banned, not picked, just not being prioritized by either of these squads. It's just really shocking to see because if we look at other regions, as soon as that Ryze goes through and is available, they snatch it up as best.
So the reason why we don't see Ryze favored, there was actually a game last week where I think it was KT Rolster drafted Ryze and Fiora, and it was just too greedy. Ryze doesn't have great wave control. He can definitely be dived early. If you're going to be putting all your eggs in snowballing top lane, going for any risk in the mid lane is often too much risk. So it's felt that Ryze just hasn't fit a lot of the situations where he's available, and teams aren't willing to first pick and build around Ryze. So the end result is, crazily, 2 games, 2 Ryze games neither picked nor banned is crazy for a champion that's been right at the top of the tier list for quite a few months.
Yep. Well, a lot of respect being shown to Mickey here. Going to be Azir and Twisted Fate banned out by them. Double jungle bans coming through from Afrika.
And Afrika's like, give us Nidalee.
Yeah,
we want
so
to first pick Nidalee, and if
like-
you have to ban Nidalee, there is a whole hell of a lot available.
Now there is. Could be the Vladimir snatched up for Mickey, so
Vlad
Afrika
versus
playing the
Nidalee.
gamut. They're coming out on top of this one right now, as far as we can tell.
Look, Vladimir is by no means a free win champion, and Afrika are in that awkward spot where you could get Vladimir plus Sivir on the KT side in exchange for a Nidalee.
This is smart. Okay, so they actually banned the Karma. So
you get-
Vladimir gets first pick. Now Score can take the Nidalee.
Score is an excellent Nidalee. He's only played it once this season, didn't die, won MVP. Famously in an interview, he said the champion is broken, you have to pick it whenever it's available. Let's see if he behooves his own words. This was from last season. Nidalee's been nerfed a lot since then, but is still seen as the strongest of the jungle pool. They first picked Sivir in Game 2, and they didn't get much value out of it. It was a great pick in Game 1. It's been a great pick in general for Arrow, but you have to deny away the Sivir movement speed from Vladimir.
Yeah. Also, did first round draft that for themselves in Game 1 when they had the Vladimir.
I think you take Trundle
So-
here if you're KT Rolster. You're willing to flex it to support. The reason why I say you take Trundle is it's a great disengage pick, and it's a blocker pick away from Lindaron.
I think getting the Sivir is fine to keep it away from the hands of the Vladimir, and then of course you want that Nidalee
That's
so
true.
they don't get the
I was
Vladimir Nidalee.
overlooking the Nidalee. I think you have to take it, like
Yeah.
you mentioned.
Yeah, maybe
Trundle.
maybe in the second round,
Sure.
then go for the Trundle and leave that last pick for the flex top support.
Absolutely. Oversight
But-
from me, the Nidalee has to be secured, so that makes sense. The Sivir, did it have to be taken the first round? Yes, because of the Vladimir. We'll never know about Game 2, where Sivir was the overall first pick of the draft. That seemed like a reach, and that kind of was confirmed in how the game went. But Sivir is a takeaway pick, and Nidalee just based on pure power. It's always a treat to see Score on that champion, and now action onto Afrika. What do they do about the Trundle situation, though? Do they feel the need to draft it in this round? Snowflower isn't extensively known for the support Trundle, but it's a pretty straightforward pick, and it definitely could be a consideration for Afrika.
Well, right now, hovering for the jungle and the AD carry. What with the Rek'Sai and the Ashe in that last game, Lyra did play one hell of a Rek'Sai. The repeat ganks on to Someday, really just hammering in that lead for Lindaron. We can see it is going to be Ashe and Rek'Sai locked in for them, and now immediate hover over Aurelion Sol for Fly.
I don't know about Aurelion Sol and the Vladimir matchup. You think about where we've seen Aurelion Sol, it's been Azir and Karma this season have been the big picks where we've seen Aurelion Sol run. It's moving away for now. Will we see Fly visit the Rise that has been available but not selected multiple games in a row? And if they take Rise, will they fall into the trap that they themselves brought upon themselves of the Rise Fiora in the previous draft? Because you have to think Afrika will just snap up Trundle and take whatever matchup they end up with.
It's quite possible, but they're holding true with the hover over this Rise so far. Hachani having Arrow flip through a couple different options. Right now, resting on the Alistar, something that's certainly fallen out of favor in recent patches, but looks like it will be Rise and Alistar locked up here for KT. So interesting draft, moving towards some stuff that we didn't really expect from them.
I think Trundle will certainly be drafted on the side of Afrika. It'll be a surprise not to see it. The support pick's a bit more open in the air. Considering going for Irelia,
That's a really bold move when Trundle's available for Someday.
and we always say things like this. Whenever you have a player who is famed for a champion and the enemy team's like, maybe we'll take this away. It's like, I don't know about this one.
I mean, the other thing that I really would love to see if this Aurelia gets locked in for Lindaron is the Renekton counter pick for Someday up in the top lane. We saw Smeb play it. It went really well. I forget who was it. I think it was against Kuve, I want
I
to
think
say.
you're correct, yes.
And I would love to see this one come out for Someday. It's been ages since he's played the Renekton now.
Will they go with the Irelia?
It
Lock
is.
it in. Okay, so
All
this is
right.
bold. It does, as you say, really lead to the potential of something like the Renekton, or maybe we'll go skill match territory, because
You touched on this one before.
Someday loves to Fiora people, but this exact draft is what got KT in trouble. It's certainly a strong draft, having the Nidalee there makes it more powerful. When we've seen Hecarim versus Irelia, it's gone really well for the Hecarim, but this is someday. You have to think Fiora is the expected pick, or will he dial it back?
Please. Yes, someday. Hachani, I don't care what he's saying to you in your ear, just lock it in. Let him deal with it.
Renekton would also make some sense in conjunction with the Ryze. It's an early game power pick to
Tanky
allow the
front
Ryze
line
to
as
scale.
well as it goes deeper in. If you get the arrow onto the Renekton, he'll be tanky enough in the late game to eat it, and it gets locked in. Someday on the I don't know if he's an alligator or a crocodile. The lizard man, we'll say, in the top lane. Renekton coming back out.
This draft just makes so much more sense than the other options they moused over. You have someone with an on-demand stun with Nidalee jungle, so the gank pressure onto the lane is immense. You have someone who's powerful in the early game. Sivir can wave clear, Renekton can apply pressure, and Ryze can scale. So compared to the Ryze Fiora comp they ran before, there's a lot more smartness about the power spikes. They're more scattered. They're not all into the late game that honestly has been tricky for them to get to. So I like the draft from KT, but there's never any inevitability about a Renekton pick. We've seen Renektons go big, and we've seen Renektons go home. So can they actually get the 1v1 matchup? Level 1 could actually be critical here, because the difference between Renekton and a lane swap and Renekton actually getting to apply pressure in a short lane with a turret behind him and a potential turret to dive in front of him is very different.
Yeah. Wow. Well, I am extremely excited. We're getting two very powerful picks on the side of KT Rolster. Someday with his Renekton, and then Nidalee for score. Yet again, something he has not been able to get his hands on for quite a while. Makes it through the draft. And looking at this, KT, Ryze, Nidalee on the same team. They've come out pretty well from that pick ban.
It's a really strong draft against the Irelia. Expected when you do draft Irelia against an Irelia specialist like Someday. But 2v2 is always the case when it's an Irelia matchup. Lyra decided top lane in game 2. He's going to have to try and do it again, because otherwise Score and Someday could really run away with this game.
Yeah, Irelia and Trundle, very different champions. We'll see how Linderong is going to come out on this very carry heavy top. Let's go ahead and get right into game 3. All right. Oh, it just had to happen. All right. Well, we got triple Mountain Drake into an Infernal in game 2. I suppose we can go ahead and start one of them with a Cloud Drake. But here we go. On to Summoner's Rift for game 3. Tied 1-1 between Afrika Freaks and KT Rolster, who want to maintain that first place spot. Afrika trying to climb out of that pit that they've been in, known as 7th place.
And to reiterate, the storyline of this season, KT's run of 5 consecutive best-of-3 wins started with beating Afrika. They had lost 2 series in a row. It looked like another one of those seasons where KT would flatter to deceive, but they came back strong in that series. They won it comfortably 2-0 and have not lost a series since. They've dropped isolated games, even against weaker opposition like CJ Entus. But now they're bringing back the Renekton, and we talked about the importance of level 1, and so far it looks like Afrika are in a good spot to get that lane swap.
Moving them up. Meanwhile, it's going to be Score and Someday working their way through the jungle. So, in all likelihood, this could just be a tower swap between both of these teams.
Afrika have done this a lot this season. They're looking for the cheese.
Oh boy, yep, just sitting in the brush. Someday hasn't
Tasty
spotted
cheese.
anyone yet. Of course, this is a Braum, and they can very easily
Here we
get
go.
the sun out. Here they come straight in with the exhaust. Someday only taking that Q. He gets stunned up. Flashes away. Might actually be able to get out of this one. And he will get out with his life, but barely so. Flash down for him, and that's going to make laning very, very difficult for him.
But will there be laning? Flashes in these jungle follows, in these lane swap scenarios are a little bit lower. Now, Afrika may once again try to force there to be 2v2 lanes after the first turret goes down. Then they will be relevant.
True.
But really nice play from Afrika. Sangyun cancelled one auto attack, but he didn't actually have kill pressure. So all in all, nice play. Chani does his best to steal and actually does have some experience.
Yeah, he gets a good amount of harass down onto Lyra as well. You can see rotate up to the top side for Linderong as they try to get onto those towers. Sivir with the wave clear might be just a little bit faster, but overall looked at everything crashing pretty much at the same time.
You won't get a replay of the top lane because no kills went down, but the smart thing Afreeca did was they waited. They waited so long. The moment that Someday actually committed to the minion wave, they figured he had skilled Q. They saw it as they came out of the brush, and they're like, wow, we have serious kill pressure. That's why they opened with Exhaust and the flash auto attack and Q from Rom. They didn't quite get the kill, but it was that waiting game that got them the maximum out of that situation.
The only issue that's going to be there is, though, is time wasted by Sangyu not CSing, which gives a bit of a lead over to Arrow on the other side of things, who's up by about 8. So it's not the end of the world. Getting that flash down from Someday is certainly going to be a very important thing, but it doesn't come completely free.
Said the early game was about holding back the Renekton, and you have to say, successful on that regard, even if they've had to. I mean, even though it's come at a cost, it's one of those shallower costs. No kills, no summoner spells on the Ashe, so in general, pretty damn good start for Freak of Freaks.
And we get those towers traded out in top and bottom side. Gold just going to separate by a couple hundred right now. Difference really going to be building up in that mid.
But this is the smart thing Afreeca does, is they're going to force 2v2. They want to go up top. They're willing to overextend a little bit for it, but to actually get Aurelia in a lane against a Renekton without flash. Renekton does have, of course, the dashes, especially if a minion wave is there.
Yeah.
But there is kill pressure now because of that lack of summoner if Rek'Sai does path to bottom lane. So KT had to start pushing just to match tempo, but Afreeca are pretty happy it has come. They can freeze. They're in, once again, a really smart spot. And this is 2 games in a row, and I think teams could really look to this because there is definitely, in many scenes, a lot of mindless turret trading. And if you can get a big advantage from swapping back, that could be significant, as Mickey takes a lot of damage, but was never realistically going to go down.
Yeah, still has a Sanguine pool there, and of course, just an immense amount of it innate sustain. Spear going to come over the wall, but Mickey does spot him with the Tremor Sense, so is able to juke out. Score going to clear a couple of these tunnel systems and rotate over to this top side where the bottom lane of Afreeca is still hovering nearby. Lyra's in the vicinity. Could help turn around a gank should one come out. But looks like that's just going to send Score back into the jungle. Get him farmed up, get that first jungle item in, and then he can really start wreaking havoc around the map.
This time Lyra wasn't actually interested in helping out the Aurelia, so looks like the flashless Someday will not go punished. Score instead is going to be clearing the jungle, and Lyra spent most of his time just trying to protect on the top side, possibly because the Vlad got so low in mid lane.
Yeah, and I'm sure Someday is going to be very grateful for that reprieve, because he goes back. Looks like he's going to be looking for the Titanic Hydra, given the items so far.
Could be Black Cleaver as well.
Could just go straight for a Black Cleaver, that's true. It does synergize extremely well.
Tiamat's always been a required item on Renekton though, so probably going to have to be the Titanic Hydra.
Oh, well, trade going back into mid side. Fly gets a double root down onto Mickey.
And runs
Won't
out of
answer out, but he's out of mana, so not going to be able to follow up too heavily. And of course, Mickey is just Vladimir, so he's going to be safe to stick around. But Fly going to have to focus and try to get a little bit more CS in. Has been hovering 14 minions down so far in this lane.
We don't see a lot of Renekton, so I'll go over the famous interaction that makes Tiamat a required item on Renekton. It's famously that when you apply your W as Renekton, the stun, if you're not familiar, the Ruthless Predator, I believe it's called.
Yes, it is.
There's a mini stun on yourself as you do it, and activating Tiamat cancels you out of that animation and allows you to move. So you get an extra auto attack in. You can potentially kite forwards or backwards during the CC effect, which is only very short unless it's empowered. So Tiamat is never an item that you can skip as Renekton because it's so core in his animation canceling and in his kit.
I think that when Smeb played it, he actually didn't go for the Tiamat. If I'm remembering correctly, he might have gotten it late.
He built it
But
late,
I know that
believe
he
it was.
didn't get it first item. He went for
What
the
does
Black
Smeb
Cleaver.
know about top lane anyway?
I don't know. Just probably nothing. Just garbage player.
Well, we were VOD reviewing from 2013, and that's when Smeb was definitely some of those things.
Well,
Mickey actually went really aggressive on the
Yeah,
fight. His
that's-
Ghost is traded for Fly's only escape. That's a really good trade for Mickey.
yeah, very good. Getting that flash down on the rise. So, good aggression by Mickey, and that shoves Fly back out of lane, does not have the TP available yet, so he's going to have to waddle back, and he's just going to fall that much further behind in CS. Now about 20 down.
Not many junglers that actually want to gank for Vladimir lane, but the guaranteed CC of the Flash on Burrow, when they force the pressure out, his score just tries to steal away the blue. I'm actually not clear where it went.
I think it went to Lyra. Wait, no, it did not.
Did it actually go to Vladimir?
It must have. Unless it's invisible. It disappeared. It could be a hidden feature.
Oh, another hidden feature?
I think we might have found one.
Well, blue buff's gone, guys. I guess maybe one of the supports got it?
I think I just saw it on score on our second monitor.
Nice.
Yep, he does have it. So it's on this main monitor.
Our production monitor lies to you. We do
So-
not have...
Spectator 1 is a liar. Spectator 2 shows the truth.
Maybe
But he shows it about 4 seconds earlier.
Spectator 2 is just a big purveyor of the hidden feature.
Yeah. But all right, so did in fact go away to score. Because that was really confusing as to how Mickey would have been able to get that blue buff. But
It rises at the point where the mana pool's not going to be an issue as Lyra.
oh, yep, something going to get jumped on. Has that ultimate available. Does use the dominance, but the TP's coming through from Fly, and Linderong's already really low. Flashes in, but the root comes through. That will be a flash forward by Lyra to follow up, get a kill, but Fly has plenty of damage. Johnny and Arrow on the way, already popped on the hunt score, trying to cover the wall, but he tail jumps, has to flash over, throws a javelin, it's not going to connect. So that was a bit of a botch play there by the Nidalee, but overall, that is going to be KT coming up with first blood, but still suffering a loss onto Someday in the end.
Look like more invested by Afrika, so that's a slight win for KT, but it's only one summoner we're talking about, and Sungyun gets free time on the top minion wave. 10 CS advantage, nothing to write home about, but we'll deny a bit of CS to Someday.
Yep. Arrow really far forward, does have the rest of his team, or a couple members, resting above him as that spear does land onto Linderong right as he dashes through, takes about half of his HP in damage, but has that disrupting potion available, so he'll chug up on that, and he'll get healthy yet again and maintain that wave by the tier 2 tower.
Phage is the second item, which again could be Black Cleaver, but it's worth noting that it would just be building in as Ash Arrow.
Yep, Arrow comes out, but Fly's going to juke out on that. Lyra dashes forward, but is unable to find the knock-up, and Afrika are going to be sent packing as far as that gank goes. Fly finally starting to crawl back a little bit with this wave. It's only going to separate about 8 minions, I believe, between him and Mickey, so is making good use of his time to equalize that gold as much as he can.
Still has flash down for it's about a minute and a half, so with double summoners up on Mickey, still a chance that Lyra could pull off a turret dive in the mid lane. For now, though, just farming his topside jungle.
Yep. We will get this 2v2 yet again in the bottom side as Arrow comes in to face Song. Ian's been falling behind a little bit, has the cull, so we'll get a good burst of gold once that's finished stacking, which should be pretty close. I can't really read the number. Mickey though gonna get jumped on, throws down that Emo Plague on the Fly. Lyra's waiting in the wings. He's gonna get a good little burst of health back from that pop, and he will remain safe. Achani roaming up toward this mid side will get spotted by the ward, and they're not gonna be able to find a pick.
Yeah, yes, use the lesser of his 2 escape summoners, the Ghost, which only has that 3-minute cooldown after the last tinkering of the summoner spells.
But
so
Emo Plague's down as well, so that does open up Fly for a bit of heavy-handed trading.
he's had a couple of little things that went his way. When we saw the counter kill and bot, Lyra had to flash to get the answering kill, so suddenly you feel a bit safer as Rise. Now the Ghost being down, you feel that little bit safer. He's starting to get that CS back as Linderong.
Yeah, Linderong up front here. Someday goes in, gets the stun. They chunk him out. They go deep underneath the tower. They're going to tank that one up there for Someday, and they take down the Aurelia. Nicely played by KT, and just good sneaking gank by Score to find themselves their second kill.
But it's a sort of gank that was smart, and a sort of gank that was not on display in Game 2.
Yeah.
They're finally pushing up a big wave. Aurelia wants to claim it. Ashar is going to go. That was just a hawk shot,
Yeah,
sorry.
just a hawk shot. It was Lyra and Snowflower roaming up. Thought maybe they try to go for something, but
There's no damage
yeah,
there.
no roam coming out from Mickey, so they're not going to be able to find any real action up top.
But Aurelia always wants to surf onto the wave to start getting those last hits. You can just queue onto the ranged minions to get the reset on the ability, but punished instantly by Danili, nice play someday. Used his flash. They guaranteed the kill. Again, that was absent in Game 2, and they paid for it in that 1v1 matchup. But on full display in Game 2.
Yep.
In Game 3, sorry.
Doing a really good job. See Fly completing the Rod of Ages now, so still keeping pace with Mickey's that we saw on his Kassadin early on. So it's going to be about 23 minutes, 22 and a half or so before that item becomes fully stacked. Spirit Visage has been completed by the Vladimir, so he's going to be soaking up a good amount of damage that this Ryze can output, but with the amount of spells that he can spam, it's still going to hurt quite a bit. Lyra walks forward, gets the ward down. This time we can see the blue buff. It does go over to the Rek'Sai, so nice little takeaway there.
It's another blue buff denied from the Ryze. It stops him from being able to shove with the increased ult cooldown.
stack
Suddenly
that
the
tier.
wave clear is not great for the Ryze. As you mentioned, the tier comes closer. At the same time, they get the turret low, but they can't take it down just yet.
Oh, well, someday she's going to get locked up by that arrow right into the Glacial Fissure, but he gets stunned onto Linderong and a huge amount of damage coming through. They lock up Sungyun. He's going to go down. Score finds that kill. Meanwhile, Fly taking down Linderong, and everybody's just following suit. The Javelin not going to land, but they find 3 off the back of that TP play. They're going to equalize that turret in mid, and KT come out wildly on top of that trade.
Just really smart, fighting while Renekton is still incredibly far ahead of Irelia. Renekton can pop his ult, do AoE damage, has gone for so many early stats in the Phage and the Warhammer, and Linderong's still building up. Linderong's still very squishy, and the Renekton being able to out-team fight the early damage from Score, and to blow this game open for KT.
Yep, they might finally turn their attention to this lonely Cloud Drake. 14 and a half
Arrow's
minutes.
like, I'm not interested in that.
Yeah. You deal with that. I'm not going to do anything. Fly just flashing away from that arrow off the
They
bat.
use so many resources just to slow down someday, and he's still in the middle of the team, doing a lot of damage.
He's got
so many
Dominus.
early stats. Exactly. Dominus is popped. Afrika very overextended. Remember, they don't even kill the 1 HP outer mid lane turret. Baited in by a really nice lane ward from KT.
Yeah. Oh, wow, you're right. I thought that turret did go down, but
Nope.
yeah, so KT definitely coming out on top of that one now. Not 2.3. So, okay, Mickey does walk back up and finished it off with a couple autos and the help of that wave. But even so, KT Rolster going to find themselves with a bit of a gold lead here. Up 4 kills, even in turrets, and now having that Cloud Drake at their disposal. Didn't catch a glimpse of what the next one will be, so next time we glance over top of that Dragon Pit, we'll have to take a look.
Really love to see Infinity Edge first. It's probably going to be the Essence Reaver from Arrow, but an Infinity Edge crit profiting off a rushed Black Cleaver from Renekton, who instantly applies all those stacks, would be deletion damage, but perhaps doesn't even need to invest so much into the IE. Such will be the armor penetration shred from Renekton. Difficult for Linderong to enter lane. Look at the trades here. They're going to be super one-sided.
Yeah,
He's looking for a
difficult is
kill.
the one thing. Yeah, someday going to go ahead, pop the Dominus, is eating that turret.
He didn't order the
I would say finish off the turret. Has full rage though, and look at the damage. All right, someday. I'm sorry for doubting you. You do whatever the hell you want.
Well,
he just
Either that was
walks.
intentional or it worked anyway. I'm going to say intentional. We'll give the benefit of the doubt to Someday, the god of Renekton. He didn't clean the turret, and you're like, wait, what's going on here? But that trade damage with full rage was insane.
Yeah, that was a ridiculous amount as he just punches him in the face and knocks him out. Says, "Welcome to Earth."
I mean, that's probably pretty fair to Linderong, who had his way with Someday in the previous game, and now the shoe's very much on the other foot. 3-1-3. Trinity, sorry, the Black Cleaver into almost the Ravenous Hydra. Trinity Force completed for Linderong, but already a difficult matchup to begin with on paper, and certainly not one that's going to go smoothly for Linderong on this Aurelia.
All right, well, this is topical for today. Here's the movie. Have you seen Independence Day?
No.
Oh my God. Really?
I've seen Men in Black. That's
right.
got Will Smith in it.
The other Will Smith and Aliens movie?
Yeah. 1 out of 2.
Well, that explains why you didn't catch my Welcome to Earth.
I saw Men in Black 2 as well. It wasn't great.
No, it wasn't.
I didn't see 3.
I heard 3 was actually really good.
Well, I haven't seen it. I can't vouch for
Okay,
that.
maybe not really good, but I heard that it was good.
Come on, we have to be very clear with our verbs on this broadcast.
Okay, but how about this? Have you seen? This, I swear this does coincide. Have you seen 21 Jump Street?
No.
Oh, okay. Well, they're actually making 23 Jump Street, and it's going to be an official crossover with Men in Black.
Really?
Yeah.
That's
See,
the third
so we get
Jump Street movie,
Channing,
right?
Yeah, so we get Channing Tatum and Jonah Hill fighting aliens as they become part of a Men in Black initiative.
It's going to be some interesting tone in that movie.
With
I assume
Ice
this is
Cube.
going to be
That
a
movie's
comedy.
going to be amazing. It's going to be a very strongly toned film as far as Men in Black goes, because they are usually lighter films. But meanwhile, KT pushing into this tier 2. Somebody's just going to go deep, gets onto Linderong, almost takes him down, dashes forward with the slice and dice, and is able to finish him off. Meanwhile, Hachani from the backside gets a double pulverized Snowflower with the Unbreakable, looking like he's going to go down, but they just turn straight onto Mickey to pay more attention to him first. Fly's able to pick up the kill. Lear comes in, Fly's taking up this tower. He's going to go down to this last shot, I think he does. But KT use him as a sacrificial lamb, and they take down the remaining members in the area. Snowflower able to limp out with his life, but they take 3 more plus the tier 2, and they are looking so very strong. The only problem is it's so early in the game they can't even go do Baron.
And that is a pretty crazy thing. They just know their power. They know exactly their damage output. Someday is a veteran of Renekton play. Ryze piles on. They have all this Pixie C, Alistair combo, the Renekton W, and the Ryze root. And then when they go down, they have the early items because they've snowballed to pick up these kills, not worry about turrets. Fly dies, but it's certainly no big loss given all the gains they picked up. That's the outer turret down as well. Now 4,000 gold. KT in full control.
Yeah, this is such a turnaround from both game 1 and 2.
It's in 3 very different games, I think, if
Yeah.
you track back.
A massive throw from Afrika.
Sure.
Strong dominance from Afrika.
Yep.
And now strong dominance from KT.
The random sampler.
If we had another game, you know, if this was a best of 5, then we could see the strong.
We don't
we
need
can see the
best
big
of 5
throw.
regular
You can
seasons
see
over here.
the big throw from KT Rolster.
We've got
but-
6 days a week. We don't need best of 5 regular seasons. We cannot do that, Achilles.
I know. I'm just happy as long as we don't have ties.
I mean, we're wearing a tie. Does that count?
No.
Okay.
This is piggyback clothes.
Ah,
It
yes.
doesn't count.
We have regular ties.
Oh boy, someday though. Well, Slice and Dice won't get him away from that arrow. Linderong's trying to chase in. The stun someday he's not scared. He's just going to go right back up, trying to take down the Aurelia. Lyra is there, but he just doesn't give a damn.
Bring me more people.
Yeah. Ah, yes, more of you wishing to sacrifice yourself to me.
Someday is a raid boss at this point. 2 items,
he
Titanic
is.
Hydra, Black Cleaver is just insane bursts of damage. You only have Ninja Tabi for defensive stats on
That would be a
the
good
Aurelia.
series of skins. Raid boss. They have final boss Viger.
That's fair.
So why not do like raid boss?
It's a good question. I don't have an answer to you.
I think that would be really good. Just start making them for all of the Juggernaut characters.
Ah, yes, the Juggernaut characters that are all so relevant. Like Garen. Bring him back. Darius, another Juggernaut.
I miss old Garen.
Do you?
I do. I liked old Garen more than I liked new Garen because they gave him a cool mechanic and then they nerfed him into the ground. So it's
His
just like,
enemy
cool, I
thing.
can't enjoy that new mechanic. I would rather have my old Garen that was very situationally okay.
You mean the Riven situation? Well, he was pretty good against Riven.
Renekton used to be the he was the crocodile hunter to the Renekton
sure.
of top lane. There's always a Garen waiting in the brush.
That's true.
That's the big worry. Mountain Drake was the second it goes down. It's going to be another Cloud Drake here. And one can only assume that it will be picked up by KT, or maybe even just ignored, because right now they're on a warpath to close out this game fairly quickly.
They have good scaling from the Ryze, so it's not like they're on a timer, but their power is just such at an epicenter at this point.
Oh, Lyra
Thinks
waiting
he's
in
safe,
the brush.
he's not.
Yeah, he gets stunned up. Doesn't get the pop-up on the Someday, who dashes back, just trying to secure this blue buff. Achani coming around the side, does fine. Mickey pops him up, takes a good chunk of damage from the transfusion. Arrow gets hit up, however, it's going to be straight into the Hemo plug, and now the TP coming in from Fly in the backside. Mickey goes in deep. Can he find the kill? Achani is going to go down to the Ashe, just firing off this volley. Soggy able to find a triple kill. Now it's going to be Score and Arrow just trying to retreat as best as they can, but Afrika Freaks feeling confident enough to go over to this Baron with Someday and Fly dead.
Can Afrika actually zone Score away? He got in smite range as Gragas before they turned around to fight. He's an over-level over Lyra, so there's a real chance of a steal.
There's the one Javelin, finds Linderong. Linderong still just taking up in the face, and Score cannot go in for the steal. Actually, probably would have got it with that early smite there from Lyra, but Afrika Freaks coming back in, getting 2 kills, and now a Baron.
just at a swing that no one could have seen coming. The big story there was Mickey was able to bait out the spell shield from Sivir, and then Ashe could just instantly arrow her. They took her down even though she was on the backside. She had 0 health, couldn't be involved in the fight, and Sungyun was free hitting as Katie ran away. Early spell shield really cost Arrow. Very nice enchanted crystal arrow from Sungyun. That was difficult to explain, but Hachani takes free damage. And compared to every other fight where it was Someday deciding when they were going in, the Ashe arrow came through. Sungyun free hitting in the backline with the Hurricane. No real armor purchased yet for Someday or anyone on the side of KT. Big win for Afreeca, but certainly not enough yet to put them in the driver's seat.
Yeah, but that was a really massive turnaround and definitely gives them an opportunity to come back into this game. Of course, going up against that Mountain Drake from KT, certainly going to make things difficult, but having that Baron, having those empowered waves to push back, stave off sieges from KT, it's really going to buy some crucial time here for Afreeca Freaks to farm up and get these big items that they need to try to come back into the game. You can see Songyun with that Infinity Edge and the Hurricane ripping through the members of KT, finding that triple kill. It was looking like he might have been able to get the Penta, as Arrow was extremely low in all of that, but just couldn't find the opening onto him or score, as they were able to successfully retreat. But wow, what a turnaround coming in, and now 2.7 thousand gold, all that's separating these teams when KT was just ahead by about 5,000.
And Someday's certainly not interested in building any armor. You can see components of a Phage as his next purchase. So for now, no sign of a Randuin's that's desperately needed. Score won't be able to itemize armor. Armor will come later for Fly. There's not been a single cloth armor picked up on the side of KT, and that means that Songyun is deleting people.
He could be going for a Sterix Gauge.
Again, armor is just so important here, though.
I
Achilles.
agree. I just don't think that he's going to be getting a Phage for a Triforce.
You're right. But still, at this point,
But your point stands.
the longsword is clogging up his infantry. That could be a cloth armor, that could be a chain vest, even a guardian angel would be something.
Yeah.
And Void Staff is already almost completed for Fly. That will be his next 1,300 gold. If they choose any fights and can't find a way to take out Songyun, I mean, Hurricane, Infinity Edge, now the Zeal, Songyun will cut through the front line of KT Rolster.
As displayed, he's definitely having a strong performance here on this Ashe. 3, 1, and 0, having over half of their kills. Arrow's been participating, but hasn't been able to secure any for himself.
Secret Agent Arrow, 007.
Yeah, just hitting them from the shadows with ricochets. Getting his assists in. Arrow gets used and just checking the brush. I guess Hawkshot was on cooldown.
But this is smarter from KT. You notice in the bot lane, Aurelia just has to sit under turret. She doesn't have the vision. She certainly can't walk up to Someday, so that armor...
He will destroy her.
Exactly, that armor not consequential for Someday in the split push. It's only in the 5v5s where they find a way to trivialize Arrow that Afreeca can repeat the fight that we just saw from them.
Yeah. Someday is closing in on the Flame Horizon.
I mean, 4, 2, and 6 means he's got a lot of kill credit, so he's pretty close to doubling the gold of this Aurelia one way or the other.
Oh, very strong, showing down by a little over 25 at the moment. Across that mark, but with the waves crashing in to Linderong, I don't think we'll see it. But this is good from KT, though. They're buying time. They're not getting aggressed on by Afreeca Freaks. You can see the Baron buff has expired, so they weathered the storm. Afreeca weren't able to pick up any of really objectives off of the back of that take. And all they're really going to get for it is just a little bit of gold.
But I kind of object to your line of it's good they're buying time, because Afreeca didn't have any time. There was no minion waves they could get to because they kept dying to picks from Someday, picks from Score, picks from Fly and Hachani. But they've gotten that time from winning that last fight. They're building armor, so Randuin's now completed on Aurelia. Randuin's coming in for Rek'Sai. These are items Afreeca realistically should never have got access to because the game was so much tempo-wise with KT Rolster. So even though they're buying time, they're only buying time for KT to finish more damage items. So there still is that same world where one Ashe Arrow and Songyun free hitting, Afreeca still win a team fight.
This is very true. You can see the Void Rush going to be used by Lyra. So this Cloud Drake does spawn up. Spots Score with the Tremor Sense and shoots a Prey Seeker at him. Not going to be able to connect. Someday roaming up to this top side and looking for Linderong. Of course, will be able to interrupt. Both of them can interrupt with those stuns. and try to stop the other from teleporting. Arrow gets used.
Ooh.
Nice flash away. That's like the last pixel there for Fly that he could have done that. Score will be able to hop out of the wall. Mickey fail flashes actually, and is now in the pit. So 2 people going to be failing to get over that wall, and results in a flash. And that should buy a little bit of time here for KT. Somebody still up top. Linderong roaming down the lane, looking to just walk in and join his team. Dragon's down below half HP. KT have to play this really carefully. Arrow will, or rather the Ashe will be able to confirm that kill. TP's coming through. Mickey getting jumped on. Something getting popped up like a bouncy ball. Has to dash out. Hachani as well going low. Mickey goes into the back line. Finishes off Someday. He is out of the fight now. Arrow's going to go down. Fly looking to be the last one to fall. Afrika Freaks with the ace coming through are going to push straight down mid and try to get as much as they can. It's 28 minutes in. Don't think they can finish, but they can definitely get an inhibitor or 2 off this push.
Another fight where Songyun is free hitting, can flash aggressively to get kills. They in no way are answering the Ashe. They're not targeting her in fights. They're not targeting her with itemization. So Songyun in the back, there's all this focus on Delira. He takes damage, then Mickey gets into the back line, and it's another case of Vladimir doing the work. They just focus onto Someday. He has to back out, and even though Afrika are falling low, this is just absolutely licking his lips from Songyun. He flashes for the kill on to score. No one can turn around because the health values are so low. And Mickey on the sustained damage, Vlad, and just the fact that Songyun's free hitting means another team fight win to Afrika.
And this is looking like Afrika are going to be able to close out this game. Inhibitor now down for KT in the mid side, and Afrika finally swing themselves into a gold lead, albeit not a very large one, 1.4 thousand to their favor, but still looking really strong. Baron now respawned. This is going to be the battleground. This is going to be the stage for the end of this game, I feel.
I just love how Game 1 and Game 3 have been basically from dusk till dawn. You think you're getting one thing, you're like, all right, they're being smart, they're playing around, and then it just goes another way. I thought for sure Afrika would take down Game 1. KT stole it away. I thought KT had set up super smart in this game, and Afrika out of nowhere, 2 team fight wins. And a lot of it, I think, is on KT and just making questionable decisions and not focusing down that Ashe.
Is that a movie that you've seen
Yeah.
from Dusk Till Dawn?
That's why I quoted
All right.
a movie. I know you love movie references, Achilleos.
I love that movie, especially. Robert Rodriguez is a very bizarre individual, but my God, if he doesn't make a...
I realized I
Good
just
movies.
spoiled Dusk Till Dawn. Sorry,
Not really,
guys.
Not really. You didn't mention... If you had said something about a certain character on the side of Afrika, it might have helped give way to what happened in that movie.
No
Or so,
comment.
Baron being started up
Risky
by
again.
Afrika. This
They
thing is
know
getting
scores there.
absolutely shredded by Songyun. It's down below half. Arrow comes out, locks up Someday. They're looking for score, but it doesn't even matter. The smite gets confirmed there by Lyra. Mickey gets chunked out, but has a massive pop from the Hemo Blade coming through.
No
to
flash
keep
on
him
Lyra, so
sustained.
no way to initiate. Afrika, man, one thing they have to take away, they are terribly bad at actually goalkeeping around these Barons. Every enemy jungler seems to get within smite range because they're just not using their resources to hold off. But with the minion wave pushing in mid, AT don't go for the contest. If Nidalee had died there, could have been the end of the game. They reset, but what do they reset to? They're suddenly 3,000 gold behind in a game where 10 minutes ago they were in full control.
Yeah, this is just not a good spot here for KT to be in. Now, second Baron going over to Afrika. And you can be damn certain that they are going to make some strong pushes this time around and actually take some structures. Tier 2 up and top, looking like it's going to be the first target that they set their eyes on. Super Creep still pushing in to that mid lane where the inhibitor is down. Will be respawning soon, but that does still buy them a good amount of time. And Linderong, meanwhile, with that TP available, is splitting up bot. So Afrika trying to push on all fronts and get as much of a lead as they can.
One champion that's been synonymous with victory this series has been the Vladimir. One of the reasons I talked about picking up that Trundle, apart from the strength of the champion, how he's a blocker to a lot of these carry top laners, disengage is not something KT have at all. Honestly, they're an engage-only team, and everyone flashing aggressively often means 5-man Hemo Plagues. Late game Vladimir, Death Cap in tow, does immense damage that so far has gone pretty unchecked as
They
Ashe
can run
Arrow.
away real fast like they're trying to do right now. Hachani does get locked up and gets out of the stun with the ultimate, but gets stunned up now by the concussive blows. Gets the pop-up onto Lyra and should be able to exit, but the Glacial Fissure comes through, and they will be able to finish him off as Linderong finds the killing blow. TP gonna be canceled out by Someday. Certainly would have been a death sentence had he completed that one. And now a Freak of Freaks with a support down from Sonic KT. They're going to push in. Lear goes in deep. Pops up on the fly. Who has to flash away. Out of respect, Someday. Going to get locked up. I think it goes close there. Gage gets popped. But look at the damage from Songyun. Rips right through him. And Score is going to follow. Now with these Super Creeps right in the mid lane. A Freak of Freaks are going to take down KT Rolster, or look to here at the 33-minute mark. Linderong dashing forward onto Arrow, who is desperately trying to clear out, but Songyun's still here. He's relatively healthy, and he has a hell of a lot of damage to offer up. The turret getting shredded, Hachani coming back in. Trying to take him down. Lyra has Void Rush back at full HP, getting shredded out by the Nexus. Now exposed, Songyun exhausted, just hammering away at this one, and a Freak of Freaks will take down KT Rolster 2-1. And a great way to kick off the summer split.
Just a crazy, crazy game. And yes, if that sets the tone for the second round robin, we're in for a treat. It was an interesting first round robin. And let me tell you, this storyline of the upsets continues. A Freak of Freaks upset, a 5-series winning streak from the team that entered this, the top. I believe now they may actually go behind in game score of Rox Tigers, or at least give Rox Tigers even extra incentive against SK Telecom. In a few days' time, Vladimir ran away with this game, and KT will wonder how it happened because they were in such strong control of the early game. Once again, the exact parallel of what happened in Game 1, and the result goes against the team that controlled the flow for the first 25 minutes.
And KT, what a heartbreaking way to lose that match. Just not able to come out on top. They had control of it for so very long, but in the end, just not working out for them, and they get taken down. Just Songyun firing off so much damage in that fight around the Baron Pit, coming out on top. Just wonderfully played by him, coming up with the triple kill, and just really translating it. Looks like, there we go.
Backup camera.
So we have a backup camera.
Nice.
So now you guys can
We're further away
spot us.
now.
Yeah, we're a little bit further away. You can see the walls around us, but just had a little bit of an issue. But our crew diving right in, fixing it up very quickly.
Intrepid OGN crew.
Yep.
One camera is never enough. Second camera as the backup. But we can watch Dongjun and Cloud Templar too. That's cool also.
Kind of get an idea of what they're talking about. I'm guessing it's how KT managed to lose such a strong lead in that match.
They just kept pouring more and more gold into damage. And if they had a plan to catch out the Ashe, instant killer, of course, full damage Ashe, very squishy, then maybe you can make it work. But instead, they were liberal. They built the Void stuff. They built the extra damage item on Renekton. And man, that was a hard carry performance from Songyun.
Yeah, it was. I was going to say I feel closer to all of you now. But, I mean, it was looking so good from the start. Someday with the Renekton melting Linderong.
But you saw the best and worst of Renekton, didn't you? Because Renekton dominant in lane. Anyone walks up under turret, he's like, I'll pop ult and be unkillable.
It makes no sense to me why you wouldn't build something like a Randuin's Omen. You could slice and dice your way into the back line, drop the AoE slow, and then the rest of your team crashes forward with On the Hunt.
Now, when you're so far when you're so far ahead, I mean, the thing about Renekton that's brought him back into the meta, or at least the mini revivals he's had over the last year, is that if you go full damage, you're actually a threat. You can't go full tank Renekton like Wicked seasons ago because you just get trivialized very quickly. But it's always that tipping point. You can understand until they lost that fight, it felt pretty good going the build he was going, but then he didn't actually take that armor, as we're getting some interesting audio issues here. When you lose that first fight, you have to be like, oh crap, this Hurricane Infinity Edge Ashe is shredding me. I need to adjust. And he didn't adjust. He went for the Sterex Gauge. There was components of a Void stuff, the Blasting One, the Amp Tome, and the Inventory of Rise. He didn't adjust either. Yeah. Both those guys needed to go for that first pick because they're actually pretty close range with their CC. Obviously, melee for Renekton. Flash Rune Prison is usually how Rise has to get in. And with no armor, they will answer the slaughter for Ashe.
Yeah, they just got taken down. So our 7th place team now, a Freak of Freaks, do get a win. I don't think they move up. I think they now have a -2 standing.
They are 5-5.
Yeah, but they do equalize their game score. They neutralize that, but not really going to move up the ranks quite yet. Still have a little bit of a ways to go. I think the next team's game score is at a +0. But, of course, who else was it going to be? Your MVP there for Game 3 is Songyun with a wonderful performance on that Ashe, 9-1-5, only dying once in that entire time.
And the season in general is still echoing the spring season, Achilleos, because beating SKT started the rise for Afrika in their spring season, and now in summer season, beating MVP that was on the rise, beating the losing to the Rockstars, but beating SK Telecom,
yep.
and now beating KT Rolster. Can they actually grind the victories over the lower ranked teams? Because that's where you can't really guarantee it for Afrika. But
Yeah.
they've always been a handful for SKT, and now increasingly for all of the top teams.
Afrika sort of matching the mantle of Jin Air, you could say. They can win against these teams that you never expect them to win against, but at the same time, sometimes they just lose to the teams that they never should lose to.
But which exactly is the team in LCK Summer that doesn't lose to the teams that you might not expect them to?
That's a good point.
Expectations have been poisonous this season because every time, we start the season with SKT looking like a perfect season, and then they lose 3 sets out of 4.
Yeah.
We start the season with MVP, and you're like, I don't know about Maha. And look, we still don't really know about Maha, but I don't know about this squad, only 5 players. And then they just defy all our expectations.
Yeah.
This season has been subverting of expectations every week, and it's not the same team. That's the crazy thing, is that every time we're like, wait, all the KT Rolster fans were like, is it safe to come out now? 5 sets in a row. We already beat Afrika to start this roll.
Yeah.
No, go back to your homes, KT fans. Monty, I know you're out there. I know you're watching. I don't know about this KT
I'm
Rolster.
sorry, buddy.
Man.
I'll bring you a beer on the way home. But you mentioned MVP. We do actually get that rematch of them versus SK Telecom just a week from today. So next Monday will be them, and we'll see how much they've learned and how much SKT has learned
Well, I mean,
in
SKT,
this downtime.
but no one knows where SKT will be at in a week's time because
Yeah.
they play Rocks and now KT, and the KT series is suddenly very interesting.
Yeah,
because-
this could really go
baby.
either way. I don't know what's going to happen, but we have a good amount of matches coming up for the rest of the week. Of course, it's going to be Longzhu versus MVP tomorrow. That's going to close it out from us tonight, though. So on behalf of myself, Papa Smithy, and the rest of the OGN Legion broadcast crew, thank you guys for watching. We'll see you back here tomorrow.